AIS Play รวมความบันเทิงคุณภาพเปิดความสนุกทุกที่ทุกเวลา
ส่งต่อความมั่นใจสู้ไปด้วยกันนะครับ
28 degrees, the humidity high, and that certainly had an impact on the marathon runners earlier this morning. So there it is, a very enthusiastic local gathering, and our first final, well, that'll be getting underway very, very shortly, and that is the women's hammer throw, and that promises to be a world-class affair.
Just 9 athletes involved in the women's hammer final, but really it's a battle between the two Chinese athletes, Wang and Lu, who have both gone over the 70-meter mark, comfortably over that mark. As we have a look at the records, the world record, of course, stands at 82.98. And then in terms of Asian records, we're looking at 77.68. Anything around 75 would be impressive this evening. Well, there's the lineup. Ranai Alnai, we've got Katsumai and Wang Zheng of China. She's a powerful thrower, took the silver in the World Championships last year. We've got Watanabe of Japan, 27-year-old Lu, who will be throwing number 6, is 24, didn't make the final in London World Championships, which was a bit surprising, but she's got a PB of over 75 metres, and she did that this year, so she's currently on very good form indeed. Kumpon, we've got Park, and then Singh of India, who has not thrown a lot this year, but just looking at the practice prior to the competition, should see a throw in excess of 60 metres. Well, we've got a few more people in the stadium than we had earlier on. We've got a capacity now of, what, some 78,000. It used to be 88,000 when it was built in 1962.
Patrick, it is a stunning facility. It is the sort of facility which so many countries around the world really would, I mean, they give their right arms for, metaphorically speaking. It is one of the best.
Yeah, I don't think there's much doubt that we'll see more people flooding into the stadium as the week goes on. The word gets out about the athletics. But as you say, it is a thoroughly modern-looking stadium, despite the fact that it was built for the Asian Games back in 1962.
Yes, we also will get to learn a little bit about the speed of this track tonight. I took a walk on it yesterday, and I thought it felt a little bit soft. However, judging by some of the performances we saw this morning in the 400 metres, which is always a good gauge, we saw some very fast times indeed, and there have been many improvements made over the years. Let's face it, the first time we ran an Olympic Games on a synthetic surface was exactly 50 years ago, 1968 Olympics in Mexico City. The Games which benefited from about 8,000 foot of altitude where so many world records were broken, but before that we were on the cinders. But now, as the years have gone by, and we've moved through various surfaces, you remember 1991 Tokyo with the so-called illegal track, which was really, really hard, which the sprinters loved, but the distance runners didn't. Well, this track here looks to me as if it's more sympathetic towards the distance runners. However, judging by the speed of those 400-metre boys this morning, there's nothing slow about this surface.
I thought you were going to talk about the speed of the last final lap of the marathon, which was quite impressive.
It was. A little bit of controversy as well. But that came with the drama of two men slugging it out, having run shoulder to shoulder for 42.15 kilometres of the course. 50 metres out, and the elbows were sharpened a little.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have a chat with El Abbasi, who was the man who came off worst of the two leaders.
Yes, it didn't look that happy. I think inevitably there was disappointment. He felt that he was impeded, but it would have been a huge call from the officials to have amended that result in any way. And also you can argue by having gone for a gap between the athlete and the curb, he was taking some responsibility for the actions that followed from Inouye, who just sought to close down that gap by taking a little step inside, sharpening the elbow, sticking them out, and there was no way through for the Bahrainian.
Well, if he's got one regret, it will be the fact that he didn't go on the outside. And to be honest, that was his best chance.
Yes, if the Bahraini was going to do it, he had to go wide. And if the Japanese runner had then opted to drift wide, then that would have been a more clear-cut case of obstruction. In the end, you can argue that all Inouye did was exercise his right to step in back towards the curb. Anyway, that's all past us now. We will be celebrating the first gold medal of these games. 3 titles to be decided tonight. One was determined before breakfast time this morning.
And if you are an early bird, women's marathon tomorrow morning.
Yep, same time, same place, 6 o'clock start, which is out of necessity. This was one of the slowest marathons we've seen at these games. Certainly the slowest in the last 40 years. And the conditions played a huge part in that. Well, that medal ceremony coming up. The first evening of competition will be getting underway very shortly on the infield. There it is, the segment set out. That is the hammer cage, you can see there to the left.
There's Wang Zheng of China, Kim Zhang, Watanabe, Lu, also of China, one of the favourites here tonight, Kumpon, and Seojin Park, and Singh on the far end. 9 competitors in the women's hammer, a straight final. And with Wang Zheng here, who is the Asian record holder, we could be in for a treat. But only 2 of them have gone past that 70-meter distance. And Renai Alnaji.
So if the drama that this race provided this morning is important of what is to come over the course of 6 days of action here in the stadium, well, we're set for some cracking finales, because 2 men slugging it out up the home straight in this morning's men's marathon. Well, it was a test of more than just endurance and strength. It was a test of heart as well, and it's perhaps appropriate that a rather familiar face and high performer is waiting to be involved in the medal ceremony. Well, that was after the controversy, which happened a little bit earlier, but Hiroto Inouye came in as the favourite. There he is, the IAAF president, 2-time Olympic champion at the 1500 metres, 1980, 1984. Sebastian Coe. Well, Sebastian Coe, who's transitioned from the high echelons of track and field to those of business and sports politics, has been pretty seamless. Well, here's the bronze medalist. Duo Buji of China. His time, 2:18.48. I'll tell you the times, but you can largely disregard them. The conditions were wretched out there. 70 minutes or so for the first half of the race. It was the so-called positive split, in other words, a faster second half than first, but the conditions dictated the tactics, at least for the first 3 quarters of the race. Well, who would have thought that two men would be locked in combat, shoulder to shoulder, coming into the stadium here, and not long after 8 o'clock this morning. And it was this man in the end who was run out of it. El Hassan El Abbasi, the Bahraini, picks up their first medal in track and field at these Asian Games. Warm congratulations, and I'm sure they're from Sebastian Coe, who was famous as a winner, but he sometimes learned about the pain of defeat, most notably in that first race back in Moscow in 1980, when he was shut out by a certain Steve Ovett, only to bounce back and win the 1500 metres. That is what true competitors are all about.
Representing Japan,
Hiroto Inui came here as the outstanding favourite. He looked comfortable throughout, but my oh my, did he have to work hard, or didn't he? Up that home straight. He just got there. Special moment there for Hiroto Inui to be congratulated by one of the genuine legends of track and field. The first gold of track and field competition at these Asian Games goes to Japan.
ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Japan.
Hiroto Inui of Japan, our first gold medalist of these Asian Games in track and field.
Well, what a moment for Inui, and the body language between himself and El Abbasi needs no explaining. You can sympathise with both, but it was the most tremendous finish to the longest race of all. Just the way to get the programme underway. Now we're back with the live action and another medal to be decided. The women's hammer. Wang's first throw, and have a look at that, well over the 65-metre mark. That's not a bad way to open up her account. Has a good long hard look. She's expecting to go over that 70-metre mark, but there's plenty of time for that. .67.76 to open up with.
Well, this is the second of the Chinese, Luo Na, who won the Asian Championships last year. She went to the World Championships in London a year ago, failed to qualify. Oh, and that's pretty good. That is beyond 70. Wang, her teammate, leading with 67 meters 76. This is the first round of 6. Well, that's a very decent effort indeed. And Lunar goes out to 69 meters 39, so she has the early lead.
This is Kumphon from Thailand. Now, she's had a gold, a silver and a bronze from the Southeast Asian Games. Not anywhere near the standard that we're seeing here this week. And that's not a bad start at all. Should have cleared the 60 meters. And if she's done that, it will be a new PB for Kumphon. Park Sejin is next to go, 60.47. So 69.39 remains the best performance so far from Lunar. This is Park. Had a pretty bad knee injury last year, and after surgery got herself back in action. PB of just over 60 meters, so keep an eye on this. Drifts over to the right-hand side, and somewhere between 55 and 60. What are we looking at? 57.
Just to put some sort of perspective on these performances that we're seeing here, the world leader, she is the world record holder, Anita Wlodarczyk of Poland, winner of the recent European Championships in Berlin. Well, she's been out to 79 meters 59, but this could well be a top-class competition. We've got two very strong Chinese throwers here who do compete with the best in the world. Here's Sarita Singh. This is the final thrower in the opening round. Still Lunar out in front, 69.39. Wang Zhang in second place, 67.76. Games record to take a note of, Zhang Wengshu, when she won this title 12 years ago in Doha. And that out to around about 60, just almost breaking the 60-meter line, so probably somewhere in the high 59s. That game's record, 74 meters 15. Look at the determination. So 59 meters 90 coming up for Singh. She moves into fourth place.
And that's just a couple of meters longer than we saw her producing in the warm-up throws, and hence the celebrations. So Ranyai Al-Naji from Qatar, one of the taller women in this event at 5'7". Top half of the field, I suggest, would be a satisfactory result for Al-Naji. Might struggle to achieve that. 46 and a 49.62. Well, it's an improvement, but already some 20 meters short of the best we've seen so far today. 69.39 from Lu. suspect she'll be over that 70-meter line on the next throw. Hitomi Katsuyama, Asian champion in 2017, the Asian Championships every 2 years, the Asian Games every 4. Well, that is not a bad performance for someone of 5'3". She went 60-22 in the Asian Championships to win the title last year. And will require more, and she's got a little bit more, 61.06.
Lying in second place at the moment. Certainly the highest ranked of the two Chinese throwers. And she may well feel as if she's got a personal score to settle here. She's finished second on 2 occasions at these championships. In 2010 and again in 2014. Very fast through the circle. Just managing to stay inside. And that is reaching out towards 70. But it certainly doesn't look like an improvement on her opening 67 meters 76. In a very similar ballpark, the heel toe turn, 3.5 turns. And that's certainly more of the same, according to my eye. 66 meters 38, in fact, a little more than a meter down on her opening round throw. She stays in second place.
This is only the 5th time the women's hammer has been part of the Asian Games. This is the 18th Asian Games. China have won all 4 golds so far, and they've won all 4 silvers as well. And the way things are going, looks as though they're going to keep that record alive. Gimsrang of Thailand not looking particularly happy with that effort.
Yes, you can see the technique, less speed, less control, plenty of power there. But there has to be flawless technique to join it. That's why it's down in the mid-55s. So she is in 8th spot. Here's Akane Watanabe, opening with 56 meters 93. That's almost 10 meters short of the sort of distances that she's capable of. She can certainly get into the medals. Very tall thrower. Plenty of speed in the circle. Now has she hit it right? But it's better. It's just over 60. It may well move her into 3rd place. Seen so much as a power event, this, which of course it is. However, you can't deny it. The athletic needs here, the technical ones, and also there's that certain balletic quality. Those heel toe turns through the circle. 62 meters 45. So Watanabe displaces Katsuyama and moves into 3rd place.
And that's a good 3 meters further than she produced at the Asian Championships last year, where she missed out on the podium by a matter of centimeters. Now, the event leader, Lu Na of China. Good speed, beautiful balance as well. Well, the crowd respond long before the hammer hits the ground. 69.39 in the first round. She's over 70 meters this time. 75.02, her furthest this year. 71.06 for Lunar. And I think there's more to come.
Our first track action is at the top of the hour in round about 17 or 18 minutes time. Those will be first round heats of the men's 100 metres. But before then, we're going to continue with this second round of the women's hammer. This is Minkamong Kampoon of Thailand. Well, that one coming down short of the 60-metre line. Well, you have to say that Liu is up for this tonight. The first throw of the evening beyond 70 metres, and that's certainly thrown down the gauntlet to the rest, not least her teammate Wang. Every chance that that 70-metre throw might be enough to win the event, but it's a lifetime best there for Kompon. So Park Seo-jin lying in 7th after her first throw of 57 metres 40. Really does take so much technique and timing here. Oh, and she can't stay in the circle. Had she stayed in the circle and had enough time on the clock, then she would have had time to reset herself. However, you can see the moment part of herself goes out of that circle, and it's simply the weight and momentum of the hammer that does that. So that is a no throw for the Korean. Just one more to go in this second round.
Sarita Romit Singh for India. She was 6th in the Asian Championships last year. Just squeezes that one in, similar to the first time. Tends to drift over to the right-hand side of the circle. Technically, Lunar streaks ahead of everyone else so far this evening. Now, it's not the biggest crowd in the stadium, but they make a lot of noise considering the lack of numbers. And looking forward to the first of the Indonesian competitors.
So we get into the third round. It is the athlete lying in 9th spot of the 9, Rania Al-Naji of Qatar. And into the side netting, walks out the front of the circle. That's a no throw. Yes, you must consider the rules here. We have 9 finalists. We are reducing those to 8 for the final 3 throws, so she will miss out. So every thrower now will know that they will go all the way to the 6th round. So a bit of that third round panic, which you tend to have around up to half the field in major championship finals. And she lost the balance there in the final turn, and that comes down short of 60. So no improvement for Katsuyama. 61.06 in the second round. Look at the final turn there, just, yep, head straight down. Out of the front of the circle she steps, and it won't be measured.
Wang Zheng is
Well, it is actually 57 metres 90, I beg your pardon.
next to go. 61 on the second throw for Katsuyama. Now Wang Zheng, a 67 and a 66. Lost the balance on that second throw on the release. 105 kilograms of power. Silver in 2010, silver in 14. To Zhang Wenzhou on both occasions. Oh, that is massive. That is more like it. Shake of the head, she knows it wasn't perfect. Let's have another look at this. Well, it's her best throw so far, and I suspect a little disgruntled because she is still a metre short of her teammate Lu Na. So she remains in silver for now.
It was just
Don't tell me it's going to be 3 successive silvers.
Yes, I beg your pardon, Patrick. It was the second throw beyond 70, though, in this final, and that just clipped the netting, and it comes down just short of 55 metres for the Panawat Gimsrang. She's down in 8th spot, but she does at least know that she will go through to the 4th round as a consequence of Al-Naji's failure to record a throw in the 3rd round. This final is just boiling along nicely. The two Chinese, Luo getting out there early, 69.39, 71.06. Wang a long way off her best, and then out to 70.86. The last 3 rounds, it's going to be a duel, there's no doubt about that. It's one Chinese or the other, unless something quite remarkable happens. This is perhaps one of the two throwers who may be capable of finding something special to break the Chinese stranglehold on this event. Akana Watanabe, 62.45 in the 2nd round. Very tall, fast, athletic thrower. Well, that comes down just over 60, so almost 10 metres down on the Chinese at the moment. That's a huge distance.
Well, I think we're looking at a great battle for the bronze medal, to be honest. China dominant at the moment. Watanabe has her hands on the bronze as we speak, but pressure from Kompon and Singh still to come in this 3rd round.
Yes, and if you're going to make broad brush statements, Watanabe's more a 65-metre thrower. The two Chinese were their 70 plus, so they are in a different class. So here goes Luo Na. We'll just sense now that her teammate Wang is starting to bite at her heels, nibbling into her advantage with that 3rd round throw. How will Luo respond? Well, it's another one beyond 70. More of the same. I don't think it's an improvement. But what you do have so far is a sequence of stunning consistency.
Well, there was certainly a little more effort going into that 3rd throw from Lu Na. 71.06, the distance she's after, waiting for confirmation to come up on the board. As Martin says, it looks just a little short. It is 79.5. Great sequence of throws. No doubt she's going through to the final stages.
Best 2 throws of the night as well, Patrick.
Yeah.
But what she'll be feeling is that it's only going to take one throw from Wang, and Wang beginning to warm to her task.
Kompon, 60.47 to play with. A couple of metres short of the bronze medal at the moment. But she has already beaten her PB. Wound that one up nicely. Similar to her first throw. (61.18) confirmed for Kompon, and that is her best throw of the night. She gets a metre closer to the bronze, but still requiring her best ever throw to get herself on the podium tonight.
Well, we are starting to build up towards that first track action tonight. The first round heats of the men's 100 metres due off in about 6 or 7 minutes. But we have a fascinating final here in the women's hammer. Into the circle, in 7th spot at the moment, Park Seo-jin. And that coming down well short of 60 metres. Rather close to 57, which makes it something on a par with her opening effort of 57 metres 40.
One more to go in this third round of the women's hammer final. Sritaromit Singh. And she is certainly capable of going over 60 metres. Well, she let that one rip. Faster rotation than we've seen so far tonight, and that could well be her best ever throw, and that could get close to challenging Watanabe for third place. 62.45. Suspect it's a fraction short of that. Well, you saw the celebrations early on when she threw it to just under 60. Yeah, closer to 61 than 62, I think. But a very, very respectable effort from Singh. And in fact, at 62.03, she's only 42 centimetres short of the bronze medal position at the moment.
Well, there is the long jump pit. We have the qualification competition now, the men's long jump. Mike Powell's world record still alive and well, 17. We'll say 17, 27 years on. Goes on and on, doesn't it? My word, it only seems like yesterday. There in Tokyo, that remarkable long jump final. Powell against Lewis in Tokyo. Well, these are the 19 athletes lining up for this men's long jump. 2 ways to qualify. The most direct route is jumping 7 meters 80. Anybody up to 780 and beyond will go straight through to the final. If we don't get a dozen long jumpers here going to 780 or longer, then we just simply take the leading 12. So our first jumper is the Indian, Sri Shankar. One of the youngsters here, just 19. So a first toe in the water for Sri Shankar in championship competition. Not a bad way to do it at the Asian Games. We'll be focusing on that board. Months and months of practice will have gone into this. Fast approach, the acceleration, the hitch kick. It's a good technique, and I tell you what, it's a rather impressive jump. He gets the white flag. It looks very, very close to 7 meters 80. And you can see the young Indian staring down at the pit. Great technique. A bit Dwight Phillips. He's given back 12 centimetres to the board. So from takeoff to landing, you can almost add 12 centimetres. And it's gone out there to 7 metres 83, so it's almost an 8-metre jump. That's class stuff. World long jumping is not as good as it has been at the moment, but that is a qualifying distance for the Indian. He moves straight on to the final. We have our first qualifier.
So the men's 100 metres, that is why the crowd are turned up tonight. I know it's only the heats, round one, coming up in just a couple of minutes' time. You see the world records, the Asian records, the games records on your screen. Of course, Usain Bolt at the top of the lot, 9:58, as we have a look at the lineup for heat number one.
Well, the qualifying criteria from these first round heats is fairly lenient. It's the first 4 in each of these 5 heats, plus 4 fast losers. We're going through the semi-finals. It'll be very tough when you get to the semi-finals because it will be 24 athletes, 3 heats in those semis, and only then the first 2 plus 2 going into the final. So for the leading contenders here, this is all about just getting the legs turning over, getting used to the starter's commands. Each starter really has their own way of doing it, and these sprinters will be well averse to going in there, listening to the starter's commands, learning his or her idiosyncrasies. Little point to the badge there from Pen Sakong from Cambodia. So let's go through the identity here of the 7 men. Tosin Ogunodi is an interesting athlete there on the right. He's the younger brother of Femi Ogunodi, who holds the Asian Games record from Incheon 4 years ago. He's got quite a reputation in his own right, as Ogunodi. Be interesting to see how he goes here. Also look out for Ryota Yamagata of Japan. They're in lane 2, so I venture that 2 of the fastest men here are alongside one another in lanes 1 and 2. Kim of Korea, they're in lane 3. He's a 10:07 athlete. So Ogunodi in 2, Yamagata in 3, Kim in 4, Zems in 5, Zhuang Chai in 6, Ali in 7, Pen in lane 8. Quite a lot of noise to contend with there for the sprinters, and getting away strongly over on the far-hand side. It's Ogunodi and Yamagata. Kim following them home, but I must say, Ogunodi there rather reminiscent of his elder brother, the champion from 4 years ago. Can he keep the prize on the same shelf at home, I wonder? Early days, 10.16. That's pretty lively for the first round. Yep, telling us who he represents. He and his brother have a history in Nigeria, but now very much part of life in Qatar. He was smartly out the blocks, wasn't he, Patrick?
So the winner of Heat 1, let's have another look at that. Great start on the far side, very much going to form, lanes 1, 2 and 3 with the fastest PBs. Vitaly Zems of Kazakhstan in 4, fading very, very quickly, tying up early. Ogunodi looked pretty comfortable from the 50 metres on.
Well, these
so
two are class apart.
First 4 to go through, plus the 4 fastest losers. Ogunodi fully aware of what's going on behind him. Good long look at the screen. Keeps that head down for a good 35, 40 metres.
So routine stuff for the first two there, Ogunodi and Yamagata. Rather less so for Kim, but he goes through very comfortably indeed. As does Bandit Chuangchai of Thailand, coming through in fourth there, 10.57. Just a reminder, first four guaranteed a spot in the semi-finals. There will be 4 additional places for fast losers.
Lin Kyung-min in the men's long jump, still in round 1. Looking for something up around the 8-meter mark. He's got a PB of 8.05. And very, very accurate on the board indeed. 3 centimeters to play with. He'll be very happy with that. In the decathlon long jump, more athletes taking off behind the board than on it. So 7.54, his opening leap.
Well, we'll now move back to the track, and this is the start list for the second of those 100-meter heats.
Well, here's the lineup for heat 2 of the 100 meters. Al-Khaldi, the 19-year-old in lane 2. Yang Chung-han, Chinese Taipei in 3. Zahiri of Afghanistan, he goes in lane 4. White Krisan, Xu in 6. And perhaps the favourite to take this round, although he's got every right just to take it easy in these early stages. Asuka Cambridge of Japan, who is in lane 8. That's Shong Prasit from Thailand, member of the Thai army. Only started training some 6 years ago, 2012. Still a youngster though. And there is Cambridge. And he'll know that with a PB of 10.08, he should slot comfortably into the leading 4 and see himself through to the semi-finals. 5 rounds of 7 athletes, so 35 athletes in all, looking for a little bit of glory in the 100 meters here at the Asian Games. Cambridge looking nervous as the athletes introduced. Yang Chung-han of Chinese Taipei, there he is. Took bronze in the Youth Olympics back in 2015. Cambridge, semi-finals of the Olympic 100 meters in Rio in 2016. He's seen bigger occasions than this, but he still looks very, very tense indeed. It's going to be interesting watching him out of the blocks. That's Cambridge on the near side in lane 8. So Al-Khaldi in 2, Yang in 3, Zahiri in 4, Bait Krisan of Oman in 5. We've got Sui of Hong Kong in 6, Kong President in 7, and Cambridge we know about in lane 8. And they're away at the first time of asking, and it's lane 2 and 3 where they're flying. That's Yang Chung-han, who's going very nicely indeed. Cambridge just picking up the pace, cruises across the line, and 10.13, just marginally quicker than we saw in the first heat. And the win going to Yang Chung-han, nicely out of the blocks. and settled down 5th in the Junior World Championships back in 2015. So he's got a lot of pedigree, has Yang, and I think he'll be happy with his first round, safely through.
Well, as a sprinter, he's very much the antithesis of certainly Ogunodi in that first heat. This man just floats across the track. He's slight. He's not all about obvious power. He's got very, very fast cadence. In other words, to put it simply, his legs cross very, very quickly. So he's not got a great stride length. Terrific response to the gun, the pickup, and that transition through from the crouch start to something like full tilt at 30 or 40 meters. Very, very swift and smooth. A different way of doing it, but look at him. Very, very fast cadence. As a sprinter, in a different class, although you can see Cambridge coming across, who had a fine junior career. He'll be very satisfied with that.
Yeah, interesting to see the hip position of those two leaders. Certainly Yang with the hips an inch and a half further forward, giving him a more upright stance. And there are the results of Heat 2 of the men's 100 metres. Yang it is who takes the win, 10.13, just 0.03 quicker than we saw in heat number 1. Cambridge 2, Sui Chi Ho of Hong Kong in 3.
Into the 4th round of this women's hammer. Here is the leader. Very, very consistent around the high 60s and 70, and that looks good. And I think that might just be her best. It's out there again, round about 71 meters. Holding on to that lead. Wang, a teammate, twice a silver medalist, is really breathing down her neck. But Liu, certainly a more athletic thrower. And getting that out beyond 70, she likes it.
71.06, her best so far, Martin, sorry.
71 meters 42. So Liu Na extends her lead by 36 centimeters. Well, there's a roar from the crowd, and you can see there in lane 4 just why we have an Indonesian. Lalu Zori. Well, he does have it all to do. Lifetime best of 10.25. We've already seen times much closer to 10 seconds. And I think we've pretty much had the question answered for us. How quick is this track? I think it's certainly one of the faster ones. Well, we do have 19 men in 2018 who've been sub-10. That is really the benchmark for world-class sprinting. And one of them is here. Ji Zhenyi in lane 5. There he is, wearing 220. The introduction, though, Basuri of Indonesia. In lane 6, that's Jo Kumriong. Sunar there of Nepal. And in lane 8, Jantan of Malaysia. Well, I wonder here how much of his highest speed Ji will give us a little glimpse of. He is in the form of his life. 9.97 at a meeting in France in June. It's one thing breaking 10 seconds at one of the big Diamond League meetings or a major championship, quite another from doing it at a relatively small meeting in the provinces of France. So 4 from the right, 3 from the right, the crowd getting behind the Indonesian, and he's having a good run here, and it's almost as if she has moved to one side and said, hey, I'm going to allow this to be your night. 10.26. Zori of Indonesia takes it. He's got a place in the semi-finals. He's first across the line. And for the crowd here who've come to celebrate a home winner, well, it has been delivered. I would say, certainly with the understanding from that man G. Happy on this occasion, almost to step to one side and invite the Indonesian through the door in front of him.
Just 1/100th of a second outside his personal best, G. Well, Zori, I should say, as he looked very comfortable out of the block. Great start from him. But then Zori of Indonesia coming through to finish in style. Is that the best we're going to see from him? Let's hope not. Be great to see him go a stage further. But the semi-finals, a completely different ball game.
So Zori 10.27. Zhu comes here as the event favourite. In second there, 10.40. Jantan and O, the other two athletes who will progress to the semi-finals.
Still on round one of the long jump. Wang Zhengnan, who is certainly an established 8-metre jumper, took bronze in the World Championships back in 2015. Are we going to see that sort of form here tonight? Well, that's not a bad opener from Wang. 6'1", 72 kgs. Tall, powerful, fast. He's got it all. And of course finished in 5th in Rio with a jump of 8.17. 19 given away. Well, with half of that, he would have been comfortably over the 8-metre mark. 5 still to go in this first round, and he goes into top spot with a leap of 7.89.
Well, that's him straight through to the final. So Hashioka. Yes, there's no doubt the best way to get through to this final is to get out and beyond that qualifying distance. Do it early as well. Does wonders for the confidence. Plenty of height there from Hashioka. And that looks to be another good one. He gets the white flag. $7.80 is that automatic qualifying distance, just giving a few centimetres back to the board. Well, it's 8.03. It's our first jump of the night beyond 8 metres. Hashioka. Well, what a wonderful start for him.
Back to the 100 metres. And on, of course, to heat number 4. Hassan going in lane 2. Made the semi-finals of the 100 and 200 back in 2014 in the Asian Games. Niepa in lane 3. From Malaysia, as we have a look at the lineup. That is Niepa. 143, Ismail. Good athlete, and China's Su Bingtian, I think the favourite for this one, another sub-10-second man, Wang Wei-Su of Chinese Taipei in lane 6. 2.87, that's NG Kafung, and then Hadid in lane 8 for Lebanon. But this is the man to watch, number 211.
On your mark.
Now, he should lead off with the left foot, Su Bingtian. As soon as he switched from left to right, things started improving. So, the silver medal in 2014 to Femi Ogunode, whose brother we've already seen in action here tonight.
Set.
And underway, keeping your eye on the red colours of Su Bingtian, and he's making this look very, very easy indeed. 10.26, same speed as we saw in the last heat, but no pressure on Su whatsoever. Well, I think this is building up to another great contest. Certainly looks as though we're going to have a cracking 400-metre semi-final later on this evening, but the 100 metres going the same way. We've got a number of men capable of going under 10 seconds. Su Bingtian certainly one of them, but that was his race from start to finish, and not too much expended at this stage of the competition.
Yes, there are only 3 men faster than Su in the world this year, having been down to 9.91, and the Chinese holding a very strong hand. Ji, who is very much the 60-metre, the indoor specialist, twice a world indoor finalist, but this man, certainly the most complete 100-metre sprinter. And look at this, he actually applies the brakes a long way short of the line. Got to be careful there. You stick the brakes on a bit too early, that's the sort of thing that can cause lower leg injuries. Eyes fixed on the clock. And it froze at 10.27.
Well, let's get confirmation of the results of Heat 4. And as we know, Su of China taking the win, 10.27. Jonathan Niepa of Malaysia, 10.43. Wang of Chinese Taipei in third, 10.55. And NG Kafung also going through as a qualifier. Hassan on 10.67. He might find himself through to the semi-final as well. Remember, the 4 fastest losers also going through to the semis.
Well, we're moving towards the closing stages of this hammer final. Here's Katsuyama. The 2 Japanese really struggling to get anywhere near the 2 Chinese. It's still Luo out in front, Wang in second place. Katsuyama looking for a big one here. The best so far, 61.06, coming in the second round. Well, that looks a little bit better. Well, it was very, very close to the edge of the sector. Now, this is a call that needs to be made by the officials. Will that be measured or not? I reckon it could well be her longest throw of the night, but as it stayed in the sector, perhaps just. Well, it is being measured, and it's gone out to 62 meters 95 for Katsuyama. Her best throw of the night. Well, this is the 5th and final heat of the men's 100 meters. The Chinese, at the moment, setting the standard. I think we can anticipate a bit of crowd noise here. The Indonesians with a heat victory already in this men's 100. They'll be looking for another from Yaspi Bobi. Well, lane 1 is vacant, and lane 2 there is Hassan Taftian from the Islamic Republic of Iran. Shabazz of Pakistan in 3, and here's Bobi of Indonesia. Al-Hati of Oman. We're just watching him in his strides and his practice starts. He's looking pretty strong, actually, as the athlete from Oman, from Laos. That's Laf Savong, the Saudi, who've benefited from the exposure to some world-class coaches in recent years. That was Mohammed, and here's Andrew Fisher of Bahrain. Fisher in lane 8. So I would suggest keeping a close eye on Fisher in lane 8. Taftian on the far side has been to 10.07 already this season. And there in the middle, in lane 4, Yaspi Bobi of Indonesia. The leading 4 guaranteed a spot in the semi-finals. Absolute concentration necessary. Remember, one false start in the 100 metres and you're out. Closest to the camera, Fisher well into his running. Also having a good run is Mohammed of Saudi Arabia. It's Mohammed who takes it. Al-Hati through in second place. Fisher, well, he was sprightly out of the blocks, but when the other sprinters moved into top gear, he didn't have enough to offer, and the time there, 10.15. Bobi rather run out of it. And there is our heat winner, Abdullah Abkar Mohammed of Saudi Arabia. Lifetime best of 10.04. Expect more from him in the semi-finals. Well, it was a pretty competitive heat, with the exception there of Las Savong of Laos, Al-Hati of Oman, running very relaxed. Same story really with Mohammed. And certainly one or two sprinters there just looking across and pretty happy with the fact they're in the leading 4. You can say that of both Fisher, closest to the camera, and over on the far side, Taftian, the Iranian. Plenty of shadow boxing in the first round of the 100. Very lenient qualifying conditions, particularly for the strong sprinters. So here is that result. Mohammed, comfortable winner. Al-Hati there in second place. Fisher and Taftian join those two in the semi-finals.
Heats won in 10.13, 10.15, 10.16, and a couple where the winners just eased up prior to the line. Certainly capable of going in the low 10s. So the semi-final should be very, very exciting indeed. And there you see all the qualifiers for the 100-metre semi-final, and just a reminder that the women's 100 metres heats coming up shortly.
So last chance saloon for the likes of Akani Watanabe, relegated into 4th spot. Has to find something close to 62.95 to get into the medals, and she hasn't done it. So Watanabe will miss out on a medal here. She'll finish in 4th place, beaten by her teammate Katsuyama. with that stunning final effort of 62 meters 95. But now the gold medal between the two Chinese. Luo has been in the lead throughout the competition, very, very consistent indeed. Wang still struggling to find her best form. And Wang haunted as we see Watanabe there. The no throw is confirmed. But here is Wang into the circle. Haunted by her memories of 2 silver medals at each of the last 2 Asian Games. Can she find the big one here? She needs something close to 72 and she hasn't got it. It's broken the 70-meter line. Indeed, it will probably be measured at something short of that. And Wang will have to make do with her 3rd straight silver medal in this event at the Asian Games. Once again, she finds one athlete better than her, and that is how much it hurts. 69 meters 41, 70.86 her best. And this final effort here from Luo, well, it's by way of celebration and also perhaps to try and maintain that sequence of outstanding efforts. 69.39 in the opening round, 71.06 in the second round, 70.95, another plus 70 there in the third. And then the big one, 71.42 coming in the 4th round. And there, well, only for the 2nd time she's fallen short of 70. But she is the Asian Games champion. Our first gold medalist in the arena. Japan taking a gold out on the road this morning. But the Chinese hammer thrower, Luo Na, it's a gold and silver sweep for the athletes from China. That is the perfect start to their track and field competition. Look at that sequence. With none of those throws really hit the big one that we know she's capable of. But sheer consistency sees her through. 71 meters 42. Wang takes silver, 70.86. Katsuyama, bronze, the best of the rest. Some way behind. Look at that. Almost 8 meters behind for the bronze. Kumpon, lifetime best there for the Thailand athlete. Can't ask any more than that. 61.18.
Well, what a hammer competition that was, and China continuing their domination as we move back to the track for the 100 meters heats for women. And here is your lineup. 4 heats in all, and the first 3 of each heat going through, as opposed to the first 4 in the men's, plus the 4 fastest non-qualifiers will go through to the semi-finals. 5:20. Abul Jadael from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Her ambition is to make the next Olympic Games. Spaiti for Lebanon. She's run an 11.98. 4:40. Fukushima of Japan, 30 years old now, capable of low 11s. Could well be the fastest in this heat if she chooses to be. Zhuang in lane 7. Didn't make the semi-finals of the Asian Championships last year. And on the near side is Lam On Ki of Hong Kong, China, who was knocked out at this stage of the competition 4 years ago in the last Asian Games. So Leo, Pereira, Abul Jadael, Spaiti, Fukushima in 5, the favourite, Odiong in 6, Duong in 7, and Lam in lane 8. And they're underway. And a good start on the far side from Liao Yangjun, but now under pressure from Fukushima. And 116 is Odiong, who looked very, very comfortable indeed, competing in 5 events here at the Asian Games. And that's a very, very good opening to what is going to be a hard program for her. So Odiong safely through, as is Liao from Chinese Taipei, junior world champion in the 200 meters in 2016, Odiong. So no surprise to see her shining here in the first heat of the women's 100 meters. Keep an eye on lane 6. Odiong, good solid start, but really came into her own on the second 50. And then the last 10-15 meters was just in cruise mode. She means business. And second place to Lau on the far side. Fukushima certainly disappointing in lane 5, 4:40. Odiong establishes herself as potential finalist with that performance. Very even performances throughout the men's 100-meter heats. And here are the results confirmed from the women's first heat of the 100 meters. Odiong takes 11:48, 11:82 for Lau of Chinese Taipei, and Hong Kong China's Lam taking third place. Only 3 qualifying, remember, and there will be 4 qualifying slots for the fastest losers. So Fukushima may yet scrape through with that 11:99.
Well, the long jump, internationally speaking, hasn't been in the best of health in recent years, but we've already seen a jump beyond 8 meters tonight. The automatic qualifying distance is 7 meters 80. Plenty of speed there on the approach run. Well onto the board, good leg shoot, and that is out towards 8 meters. We've already seen the Japanese Yuki Hashioka go out to 8:03. That means he doesn't have to take another jump. We do have 2 other men who've gone beyond the automatic qualifying distance. That's a tremendous leg shoot. Look at the flexibility there on the hips. Just looking for the board a little. Very straightforward hang technique. And that is another qualifier. Zhang out to 7 meters 84. Olga Safronova there in lane 2, former World Student Games champion. Dute Shand in lane 4, a woman who really through no fault of her own has become a controversial figure, a cause célèbre. She had to fight so hard just to get to the start line in track and field. She won a case on the subject of her androgynism at the Court of Arbitration for Sport. Dute Shand there in lane 4. The current athlete going through the same process, Caster Semenya of South Africa, but Dute Shand is here tonight. There she is wearing 296. Competing for India in lane 4, a very fine sprinter, did have to spend a period out of the sport. Lane 5 is vacant here. Wearing 825, Najina Sharipova of Uzbekistan. She's run 11:31 this season. And on the outside, Pape of Laos. 825. That is
On your mark.
Najina Sharipova of Uzbekistan. So Safronova in lane 2, the bronze medalist at these games 4 years ago, just settling into her blocks. Always nervous moments, these, for a sprinter. Remember, the false start rule. One false start and you are out. Keep an eye on Dute Shand in lane 4. It will be wonderful to see her go through to the semi-finals here, and Shand bursts away from the blocks in those fluorescent yellow spikes, and it is Shand with Safronova over there in lane 2. Shand takes it, 11:38. She's back in business. Every time she takes to the track, she's driven by what she perceives to have been that injustice. Doing so well. She'll move into the semi-final, as will Safronova, who I'm not entirely sure was put down to the floor there. It is the first 3 and the next 4 fastest who will progress to the semi-finals. Interesting thing is, it will be just a 16-woman semi-final, so a little bit more pressure on the athletes here. But look at the power out of the blocks there. Very fast through the transition, up to full speed, full metre to spare. And however relaxed a sprinter is being, like Safronova on the far side there, sprinters always like to go through a perfect rehearsal through those opening 30 metres. If a sprinter's going to relax, they tend to do it in the second half. Dute Shand powerfully away, holding that lead. Not too sure there's a huge amount more there to deliver, which will be a source of encouragement to the others. Shand there on the left, Safronova 2 from the right. They are the first 2 in that second heat. Interesting view that, high up from the inside of the track. And there is the result. Dute Shand of India takes it, 11:38. Safronova of Kazakhstan, bronze medalist 4 years ago, 11:46. And Sharipova of Uzbekistan in 3rd place.
And here's the start list for the 3rd of 4 heats in the women's 100 metres. Wendy N, very slight figure in lane 1. Wei Yongli of China in 2. Took 2 golds in 2014, so keep an eye on her. 11:17, her PB for this season. There is Wendy N, just 47 kilos. A little unlucky to have the favourite on her right-hand side. She may struggle to stay relaxed in the opening stages. Shan of Hong Kong, China, doing the 100, 200, the 4x1 as well. Lee, 101, that's Yusofi from Afghanistan, the national champion back in 2014. 5:47 is Kim of Korea. So Kifli, who we saw in Rio, 4th in the Asian Championships last year, and Alcaldi on the near side in lane 8. Did an 11:59 in the Olympic Games in Rio. Might need to be a little bit quicker than that to progress past the semi-finals, but
On your mark.
may find herself in the top 3. The defending champion, Wei Yongli, in lane 2 for China. She's done 2 Olympics. She's been at 4 World Championships, hugely experienced, number 181. And she will just delay a fraction, make sure she's controlling this race before it's even started. Lane 2, the one to watch. And they get underway. Not the fastest of starts from Wei, but watch her wind it up in the second half of this race. Class of her own at the moment. And Akaldi going nicely on the near side as well. But Wei Yongli establishing herself as a hot favourite. Beautiful run from her. Only 11:32. There's much, much more in the tank. First 20, 25 metres didn't look like anything special, but it was 25 to 50 where she established herself. And Akaldi from Bahrain, running in lane 8, put in a good final 40 metres to come up on the shoulder of Wei Yongli. But at that stage, Yongli was already winding it down. Still produced an 11:32. And no wonder she's got a big smile on her face. A good start to the defence of her 100-metre title.
Yeah, it's pretty efficient, isn't it, out of the blocks? It's certainly more power, I think, than aesthetics. However, it's mighty effective. Defending champion. Has been in tremendous form. She broke 11 seconds last month. Had a small meeting in Switzerland. Right up on her toes there. Comes here pretty much in the form of her life. Encouraging run on the outside there from Akaldi of Bahrain. She'll fancy her chances of getting through to the final, but look at the relaxation there. In the lower jaw, in the shoulders. That's what a sprinter wants to be, and compare that with the athletes either side who are really straining. But the power, it's oozing there from the Chinese sprinter, isn't it? That is the look of a champion.
So here are the results of the 3rd heat. And Wei Yongli confirmed as the winner, 11:32, just 300ths behind Akaldi. That's a cracking start to her challenge. And Zulkifli of Malaysia, 11:59, and produce a season best in the first round. Might be pressed to improve on that in the semi-finals. But Wei Yongli, certainly the class act in that 3rd heat.
Well, as a whole, apart from that spike that we saw soon after China returned to international competition, I'm thinking particularly of the World Championships back in 1993 in Stuttgart, and around that period when so many middle and long distance records were broken by Chinese athletes. With the exception of that, they have been relatively slow in producing a large quantity of world-class athletes, but you're getting a sense here, just 2 years before the next Olympics, happening in Asia, in Tokyo, that China are starting to produce more athletes across the board. They've been featuring very strongly in the field, particularly the women's throws in recent years. But now, good sprinters, male sprinters, female sprinters. Be interesting to see if we get any good Chinese 400-meter runners and perhaps even middle distance runners into 8 and 15, male ones. We've seen the female middle distance runners who featured so prominently back in '93, the likes of Wang Yunsha. So Indonesia, Indonesia there with Juliana going here in lane 3. Chinese Taipei, Chen in lane 6. 164, Liang Xiaojing. Certainly a young sprinter, just 21. She could be anything. Let's see how she goes here. And Victoria Zivkina of Kazakhstan. The Kazakhstanis have produced some very reasonable female sprinters in recent seasons. Ziebkina is one of those.
On your mark.
So this the fourth of those heats. 3 spots available, or at least 3 spots available in the semi-finals. It will be just 2 semi-finals in the women's sprint, which perhaps makes those sprints just a little bit less pressurized and competitive, particularly for the faster sprinters who go through. But let's see how the youngster Liang in lane 7 goes here alongside the experienced Ziebkina. Breaking free from the right, that's Juliana of Indonesia, but she's now being swamped. And look here at Liang of China, bursting clear of Ziebkina. 11:46. Winning time, perhaps nothing to really write home about. Rob Walker's moved in alongside me, running his eye over the quality of some of this sprinting. And I don't know, a rather concerning picture there. You can see Ziebkina just feeling the top of the left hamstring, and the hamstrings on athletes often a problem. That often created by sometimes the fact that the quads are so powerful, the hamstrings certainly less so, makes them vulnerable. But Liang, 11:46. The Chinese holding a strong hand, Rob, in the men's sprints, and on the evidence of this and the previous heat in the women's sprint as well.
Yes, good evening, Martin. Good evening, everybody. I really enjoyed those heats, actually, whilst I was waiting for Patrick to finish his shift. The ease with which some of these women have pulled out sub-11.4s has been very, very impressive. Not all the events at this year's Asian Games in the athletics will be world-class, but this isn't far off. We've seen some excellent sprinting, and that was another example there from the Chinese youngster. Semi-finals will be a mouth-watering prospect.
Yes, and if we sort of pack away that spike in performances that we saw from the Chinese back in the early 90s, particularly the women, the squad of Ma Yunren, everybody knows about that, then perhaps with the exception of Liu Zhang, the world-class high hurdler, and 1 or 2 throwers, Chinese athletics at the top level did take a couple of steps back. But now you're getting a sense, 20-odd years after they've come back into international competition, that they're starting to produce world-class athletes across the board. So Liang taking that, 11:46. Ziebkina, 1 or 2 issues there with the left hamstring, 11:63. Chata, lifetime best there for her, the tie. She goes through, 11:69. And you start to see those small cues. Now, just to explain, if you're perhaps not that familiar with track and field, the big cues are automatic qualifiers. The little cues go through as fast losers. Those on the field, sorry, on the track, in the field, little cues go for athletes who go through who haven't necessarily qualified automatically according to the required distance or height. So, Dute Shan, good to see her back, the Indian there, 11:38, but Wei certainly the most impressive going through the list here of 16 qualifiers for the semi-finals. It'll be 2 semi-finals, most likely the first 3 and 2 fast losers going through to the final. First track final, not terribly far away. The women's 10,000 metres in the next 10 minutes. Should be a cracker. Moving into the long jump qualifying, moving towards the conclusion of that. Best jump so far tonight coming from Yuki Ashioka of Japan, 8:03 with his first effort. Didn't have to take any more than that. He was beyond that automatic qualifying distance of 7.80 meters. But that number is starting to grow. Well, gets the white flag, but not entirely convinced by that jump. Coming by the jumper from Chinese Taipei. That's Lin Hung-min. 7.54 and 7.22 in the opening round. He was well on the board, but that hitch kick, not really what it should be. People often ask, what's the hitch kick for? It's just another way of getting the jumper into that final position with the leg shoot. 7.34 final round, 7.54 remains his best. He won't be progressing to that final. Well, having said that, well, very close actually. I might take that back. He's lying in 11th place overall, so there is just a chance he might make it through. $7.80, the automatic qualifying distance. We have had a handful go through with jumps beyond 7.80. At the moment, 4 of them. Well, this is the Indonesian. Sapwatur Rahman, wearing 393, 773 and 774. So he is 6 centimetres short of that qualifying distance, but sufficiently well placed overall to go through as one of the leading dozen. But he'd like to build his confidence with an effort getting close to 7.80. That looks rather like more of the same to me. Gets a white flag, plenty of height. Perhaps not quite the speed that you need arriving on the board there. He's well on that board. Only given back 6 centimetres to it. Decent leg shoot. Sapwatur Rahman, 7.71 meters. So look at the consistency there, 73, 74, 71. That will be enough to go through to the final. So Macau, China, Wong Kar-chun. He's lying in 17th place at the moment, well down in the middle sixes. Really struggling to get to the board there. And, well, he gets a white flag, but that looks rather like a repetition of some of his earlier jumps, and the Macau jumper there won't be going through to the final. Yeah, only the tippy toe on the edge of the board. There is a significant benefit for long jumpers getting onto the board. Gives you that additional lift. It does just hang just that very split centimetre above the height of the track, and also the wooden nature of it means that you do get that special lift. Quite apart from the fact that the jump is only measured from the far edge of the board. So the very final stages of this long jump competition. We're looking for a dozen. There are a handful who are already through by virtue of those efforts up to 7.80 and beyond. So that first track final, just 3 or 4 minutes away. The women's 10,000 metres. The women's marathon, by the way, that's off local time, 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. So if you're watching elsewhere around the world and you're watching live, I can tell you that is in 10 hours' time. So I'll bring you up to date with the automatic qualifiers here in the long jump. Ashioki of Japan, 8.03, coming with his first effort. That's the best jump of the night. Wang Jinjian of China, 789. That was his opener. Zhang Yaoquan of China, second round, 784. And a good effort also from Sri Shankar of India. He opened with 783. So those are the 4 automatic qualifiers. And it will be the next best 8 who will move through to the final. Just a brief lull around the stadium. The women will be entering the stadium from the call room very shortly for that first track final. Well, I can confirm that the qualifying competition is over in the long jump. The last jumper has opted to pass his final jump. No need to take it. He's done his maths. He knows he's done enough to make it through to the final. Meanwhile, from out of the shadows of the call room emerge the women into the bright lights for the first track final of these Asian Games.
Yes, it's the women's 10,000 metres. I'm not sure anybody's going to be challenging 29.17, that world record by Almaz Ayana. A small field, but it's quality. Eunice Chumba, 17th fastest athlete in history over the half marathon. Former Kenyan, now flying the flag for Bahrain. Hori of Japan, a useful performer as well, 24th in the World Cross Country Championships in brutal conditions in Kampala last year. I was there for that. And the athlete at the bottom of your picture is more commonly known as Shitai Eshete of Bahrain. She is a late addition and she is genuinely world class. I think 1 or 2 eyebrows would have been raised when that name was added to the list. Well, we were told that Eshete was a late addition to the field and she would be a significant one if she is there. We're just looking down the list to see where she is. And the marshal's just saying, OK, listen, you're a little bit early. Another jog, please. There she is. She's a tiny figure, but she is absolutely brilliant. I suspect she may well have got married. I looked her up on our statistician's website and there wasn't any official record of her marriage, but she is Shitai Eshete, now going under her married name of Habta Gebrel. She's absolutely brilliant. 10th in the world half a few years ago. She won the Hamburg Marathon this year, 2:24. 4th in the world cross back in 2013 in Bydgoszcz in the snow. Former Ethiopian. Got a bronze in 2010. They're still waiting to get her in the right position. She should, in theory, be right on the outside. .671 is Ranwa Bailey of Palestine. She's on the outside at the moment, but it should be Eshete wearing the bib 901. So the organisers adding to the tension a fraction here, just making note of the extra entries.
Exactly, we've got 638 there wearing 11 on her hip. And Eshete or Habta Gebrel, who was originally due to be wearing 11 on her hip, she's wearing 13, so there she is. She doesn't seem too fazed by it. Something appears to have amused the Bahraini.
Well, and the added complication here, Martin, is that 638 is a brand new athlete. She's not on any of the start lists. I will endeavour to look her up over the early number of laps. We have got 25, so we'll have a little dig online and see what we can find about her.
And you see, well, she's got another hip number now. Now, people ask why they have those hip numbers. It's for the photograph when they come through the finish line. That identifies them to the judges. So, Habta Gebrel was supposed to be wearing 11 on her right hip, came out here with 13 on her right hip, and now it's become 12.
Well, it all adds to the flavour, doesn't it? It's still 25 laps of the track. Bishwaba has been added to the field. Meanwhile, let's get back to the official introductions. Shitai Ashete, now going under her married name. She is absolutely brilliant. On the left of picture there, just to mop up any potential confusion. There's Bishwabe of Nepal, 638. 726 is the Sri Lankan. Good athlete, 236 marathon runner, national record holder. 580 is Daria Maslova of Kyrgyzstan. She's the Asian champion over 5 and 10,000 meters. Sitora Kamidova, fourth in the 10,000 meters 4 years ago. There's Bailey of Palestine, 19. Just 5'4". She might struggle with a PB of outside 36 minutes. Ayuka Hori, Asian silver medalist last year in the Asian Championships as opposed to the Asian Games. Very good cross-country runner, 71-minute half marathon runner. Surya Loganthan, 13th in the Commonwealth Games, over 10,000 meters, ran inside 32.5 in sweltering conditions on the Gold Coast. They were brutal days for racing. Alia Mohammed of the United Arab Emirates. She is the defending champion, twice an Asian indoor bronze medalist over 3,000 meters. Zhang Deshun, 22nd in the World Half Marathon Champs in Valencia in March, so there's good stamina in her legs. And this is Sanjivani Jadhav, national cross-country champion in India, Asian Championship bronze medalist at cross-country. And Eunice Chumba, one of the fastest women in history over the half marathon, just missed a medal in the World Half Marathon Champs in March and was 6th in this 10,000 meter race in Incheon 4 years ago. I think Chumba on the inside in 1 and Ashete on the outside wearing bib 901 could be the women to dominate here, but watch out for Hori of Japan. There is Ashete on the outside. Bronze medalist in this event back in 2010, but she's done so much since then. A great cross-country runner, a brilliant marathon runner. Is she going to add this grueling race to her list of accolades? 25 laps. You won't miss a single beat. Apparently, I've been reliably informed, we're not even dipping out for any field events. So if you're a distance running fan, get that cup of tea to the ready, a few biscuits, and enjoy the drama as it unfolds. No Bahrainian, by the way, has ever won this title. And they have 2 in this one. Eunice Chumba on the very left of picture 108, and Ashete on the outside, 901. There's Ashete. I think she probably is the favourite. Watch out for Chumba, though, on the inside. But she's a late addition to the lineup. And it's always quite interesting when someone's added to the field at the last minute. They're either there for fitness or they suddenly think, hang on a minute, I'm in shape. I've got a chance of winning this. And if she's in any kind of form, Ashete, she can certainly give Chumba, her compatriot, well, her adopted compatriot, a massive challenge. Now, our late addition, Bishwaba, and I don't know if she's being permanently removed or whether they're just double-checking who she is. Well, I'll tell you what, Martin, I've never had so much excitement before the gun's even been fired.
Well, there clearly is some confusion. She certainly wasn't on the original entry list. Now, apparently her name is now on the entry list, but it's rather revealing that it has been added in ink. So that is certainly a late addition. However, I think in the interests of decency and fairness here, she's not doing anybody any harm, is she?
Well, I just wonder, one of the eagle-eyed producers in our ear has just said, I wonder whether there's an issue with a transponder, because they need to make sure everybody does the same distance. I know each athlete's laps are counted, but it could be something technical rather than the fact that they don't want her to take part. They just need to make sure she has the right equipment.
Well, this is certainly a bit unfortunate, really, because the only losers ultimately here are the athletes. They want to get running. You can see very, very cool with the third hip number on. That's Miss Eshete, now Hamza Gebrel. So we're changing another number. So let's see if we can identify what the problem is here.
Well, that would have been interesting. She's got two different numbers. It's the Sri Lankan Harumi Wijayaranti. She wears 726 on her front, but someone has put the number 741 on her back. That would have made for some interesting moments as we look through the leaderboard with the binoculars. Well, it's all going on here. This is absolutely amazing. I can confirm this women's 10,000 metres is finally about to start.
I think it's a little bit sad, though. At the moment, we've still got Bishwaba apparently not getting involved. She wants to be out there. Officials are still speaking to her. Over to the right, there she is. Let's be frank, we don't know up here quite what the issue is, but it does appear she is not being allowed to run. We're being told that she's not been listed in the official timing system, so that is why she's being told she can't run. And the very fact that her entry was added in ballpoint pen a bit earlier does suggest that she was added very late. And it now appears clear that she will not be starting. There she is.
A long way to come for an administrative error to deny you an opportunity to race in front of thousands in this great stadium. Anyway, finally, we're ready. The final of the women's 10,000 metres at the 18th edition of this splendid Asian Games is at last underway. Arguably the favourites here, a fairly late addition to the lineup. Shitai Eshete, who wears bib 901, the former Ethiopian who represents Bahrain. She's just tucked in third place. And watch out as well for Eunice Chumba, who wears 108. She's a tiny figure, an expatriated Kenyan, now representing Bahrain. Asian Championship silver medalist over 10,000 metres a few years ago, but it's the Ethiopian wearing 901 representing Bahrain and her adopted compatriot Eunice Chumba, who on paper should be the favourites for this, but as we saw in the men's marathon first thing this morning, the conditions can do funny things to people here, as Yuka Hori comes wide on the outside and onto the shoulder of the Indian Loganathan. Both Indians, in fact. Jadhav, the other one. And it's so interesting, Martin, isn't it, that how often do we watch a major championship 10,000 metres, whether it's Olympics, Worlds, Asian Games, the Japanese love to set the pace.
Yes, they do, and they'll be pretty comfortable in these conditions as well. We saw what impact they can have on endurance events this morning with the slowest men's marathon winning time in the Asian Games for 4 decades or something. It's certainly no more suited here to distance running, but there's no doubt that when we get to major championships, and certainly the Japanese women, let's go back to that marathon in Athens at the Olympic Games in 2004, let's think of countless track races in World Championships. Osaka back in 2007, it was never hotter anywhere than it was in Osaka during that World Championship week. And back in those days, we had Kaya Fukushi, remember her? Her career now has come to an end, but she used to enjoy going right out in front, really racking up the laps, making life difficult for others. And after a very slow first 300 or 400 metres, she's decided to take up the challenge. They're Indian file, and that tends to suggest that whilst it may not be fast, at least it's a tempo which is testing some.
Yeah, it's a nice, honest pace in these very early stages. And actually, the images pointing back to the far side of the stadium are a little bit misleading. You might be led to believe there's nobody here. But on our side, where the commentary boxes are, there's an excellent crowd. It's not full. We wouldn't necessarily have expected that on this first evening of athletics, but there is a good atmosphere here in this magnificent stadium. Watching this most brutal of track finals unfold. I'm actually really pleased that this track final is in the evening, Martin, because I remember when Alma Zayana broke the world record in Rio in 16. It was I think it may have been the very first time in Olympic history that a track final was held in the morning. And there were fewer than 10,000 people in the stadium to watch that 29-minute, 17-second run, which was so fast, I had to triple-check my pace charts to make sure I hadn't made a mistake. So it's great that these women get an opportunity to compete in the evening when the atmosphere is at its best here in the stadium that hosted the Asian Games way back when in '62.
Yes, there was some rather strange timetabling in Rio, and there was nothing more strange than that women's 10,000 metres timetabling, which was rather exposed by, well, certainly the best athletics performance at those games.
Eunice Chumba has decided to just take this on, and look how quickly Shitai Ashete has responded. And by the way, the figure with the pink vest in third is the defending champion, Alia Mohammed, wearing 815. There she is with number 4 just on her left hip. 580 coming through, that's Maslova, the Asian champion last year. So this is a decent field, Martin. It's absolutely not the case that there's a cheap title up for grabs. This is a really excellent field.
Yes, and particularly with those distance runners who have paths in East Africa, which is very much the cradle of distance running, not just for the men, but for the women. And we see here former Ethiopians, former Kenyans coming out, and they'll revel in a race like this. Will be interesting to get some sort of splits here as they come through to take the next lap. The lap counter, which helps the athletes judge their pace, right in front of them now. So we're through basically the first mile, lapping there in 73.5, something like that. Well, it's getting towards 31.5 minute schedule, which is pretty lively.
It is a good pace, this, and you can tell that because Yuka Hori, the Asian Championship silver medalist last year, has been dropped. There she is going through shot. 7.26, the Sri Lankan, 11th in the Commonwealth Marathon earlier this year. She's way off her pace, so they have made a good, honest race of this in these early stages.
Satura Kamidova. You can just see her there lurking, wearing 822. She's a very strong athlete from Uzbekistan. Also wearing 580, Daria Maslova. But how will they cope with the two women out in front? The Bahrainis looking very relaxed at the moment in the front of the field, with the defending champion there in third place. They're through 2 kilometres, 6:29.34.
And another little subplot going on here. No athlete from Kyrgyzstan has ever won a medal in this event, and in fact Kyrgyzstan's last athletics medal of any description was back in 2006. So Daria Maslova wearing 580, who's in fourth, just on the shoulder of the defending champion, has half an eye on what could be a very special moment for Kyrgyzstan. And I noticed when I did my research on her earlier, I'm not quite sure how this came to pass, but she was offered an opportunity to compete for Russia. And she said, no thanks, Kyrgyzstan is my home. I feel like I'm a Kyrgyzstani. I love the country. And this is the flag I'm flying for the rest of my career. A couple of heels getting tripped there. That was Kamidova from Uzbekistan.
It's happened a couple of times there, hasn't it, Rob? Yeah, they've got to be careful. You've got to be mindful, particularly real changes of pace here. If you're not on your mettle, if you're not fully concentrating, it's about getting a balance. These athletes, to some degree, will switch themselves off, get into a rhythm. But if you're not careful, you do that too much, run too much of your own race, then things like that can happen. Yeah, you mentioned an interesting point there about the attempt to extend, dare I say, the sphere of Russian influence. Go back to 1980 or something like that, all these athletes would have been wearing the old Soviet vest.
The IAAF have taken a fairly firm stance, actually, on the transfer of allegiance, and it is good that those processes are being investigated. We've had an awful lot of people changing vests, as it were, and I know there are some within the athletics fraternity who've raised an eyebrow or two at the sheer number of athletes changing nationalities or changing representative nationalities. So I'm not sure we'll see quite the same number doing that in the future that we've had in the past.
Yes, they're certainly giving it greater attention. That's good to see. You have to, I think, be sympathetic to the problems and the challenges. We are in a much more fluid world. Many, many more people are moving from one country to another and doing it legitimately. But I think the IAAF have got to strike the right balance between becoming, I think, sympathetic to that, while at the same time avoiding the quite clear exploitation of talent, perhaps from weaker and less affluent countries. But now you can see, look, she's back at the front again, isn't she, there, wearing 442, approaching 3 kilometres.
Yeah, quite inconsistent pacing from the Japanese Asian Championship silver medalist, 6th in the Asian cross country earlier this year. So she's not inexperienced, but she is once again at the front, with the Chinese athlete now coming up into the mix, Zhang Deshun, 25th in the World Junior Cross Country Championships in Guiyang in 2015. I saw one of the best cross-country races I've ever witnessed in Guiyang in 2015. Jeffrey Kipsang Kamwerol out-sprinting Bidan Kuroki for a defence of his title, and it was quite a brutal course in Guiyang. So the fact that Zhang was 25th in the World Junior race there shows that she's got some quality. So it's Japan with Hori at the moment, from Zhang of China in 2. Eshete representing Bahrain looking good in 3rd, 9:01. 8:15 is the defending champion from the United Arab Emirates. And here's 3:03. This is Sanjavi Jadhav, Asian Championship bronze medalist in cross country this year and in the 5,000 last year. She's moved up onto the shoulder and past Eshete and the defending champion. And Sitora Kamidova of Uzbekistan has once again had her heels tripped. Talking about the athlete with the green and white crop top wearing bib 822. There's still some bumping and barging going on in this pack. And surely as they begin to get whittled down, that will cease to be a factor. But look at this from the two Indians. They're tripping each other up. There's a very swift piece of acceleration there from Surya Loganthan. So India 3 and 4. Long way to go though in this race, Martin. For anybody who's never run a 10,000, it is a brutal distance. I'm not going to say it's as hard as running a marathon, but when the wheels come off when you run a 10,000 meters and you're looking at those lap markers and you're thinking, oh, maybe there's only actually 8 to go instead of 9, that's a very long way to get home. It's a tough race, this.
Yeah, and believe me, get on the inside here, the inside of the track, and I used to do that quite a bit when I was a bit younger and fitter, and used to watch the pace at which these women and men, when they're doing the 10K, They really do cover the ground. It's amazing just how fast they're running. It's because they're decent racing machines, thoroughbreds, that they make this sort of pace, this sort of tempo look as easy as they do. They're not the racing machines, the speed machines that the 100, the 200, the 400-meter runners are, but they can still cover the ground, and they do it incredibly efficiently. Well, the next landmark will be 4 kilometres. We'll give you some sort of idea of the pace they're moving at when they do go through 4K.
Interesting, Martin, that Eunice Chumba has gone all the way to the back of that group. 108. Not bothered about what's going on at the front, with Hori of Japan still setting the pace. Single file, but I think we're talking about the woman just on the very extreme left of picture. 108, just slightly obscured behind 822, who's Kamidova. But the Bahraini doesn't seem too worried about the fact that there's 15 or 20 metres opening up between her and the Japanese athlete. You suspect, if she is in decent shape, as soon as a definitive break comes, she will start accelerating. But she wouldn't want that gap to get too much bigger, I don't think.
Well, 3:16 for that kilometre, and if you look at the time that they came through out there, they're well outside 32-minute pace at the moment. Reasonable to assume that maybe the winner, the subsequent champion here, and maybe the silver and the bronze medalist might just run that so-called negative split. In other words, run the second 5,000 metres of the race faster than the first. But we're talking about a pretty pedestrian pace here. That games record of Sung Yin Chi going all the way back to Busan 16 years ago, that's not under threat. 30 minutes 28. This is going to be rather closer to 32, maybe even outside 32, which would follow the pattern of the men's marathon this morning. These conditions are very, very sapping indeed, even for those who do so much of their training in very high humidity and more tripping over there, tripping over the curb, tripping over the athlete in front. Everybody has to be on their mettle.
Yeah, it would be unfair to say that these athletes are used to humidity, so they should just shrug it off. They're human beings. The conditions are tough. Even just walking to the commentary position, if you do anything strenuous, you are feeling the effects of the climate fairly quickly. So Hori leading. We have a strung-out group of 9, both the Indians running well. It's really good from a global distance running perspective. There they are in 3rd and 4th. To see Indian distance runners, and specifically female Indian distance runners, going well on the global stage. They've got a thriving distance running community in India. A couple of really high-profile races. There's the Bangalore 10K every May. You've got the half marathon in Delhi in November. That usually produces some very, very quick times towards the end of the year. A 25K race in Kolkata that Bekele won a few years ago. He's going in Amsterdam in the marathon in October, by the way. That will be interesting to watch halfway through October. And they've got the Mumbai Marathon in January. So there's a little bit of an untapped source of distance running talent in India, and it's beginning to be unearthed. So we wouldn't necessarily expect Jadhav or Loganathan to be in the mix for the medals here, but it's excellent that we have 2 Indians with this lead group at the moment, and who knows, in future there could be a few more of them. Very cagey here. You get the feeling that they're all quite happy to let Yuka Hori do the work as we now edge towards the halfway stage of the race. It's hot, it's sticky. It's not quick. We knew it wouldn't be, by the very nature of the fact that it is quite a warm, sweltering evening. But a very interesting second half of the race is not too far away from unfolding. 16:22. So
yeah,
it's just inside 33-minute pace, and we would expect, as you said, Martin, to have some negative splits. The race proper has not even begun yet.
Yeah, it's very pedestrian by international standards. We do have quality performers here who can run much faster than that. The defending champion her best 32.20 this year. She has run 31.10, the defending champion there at the moment, back in 6th place, Mohammed. So it could still prove to be a kicker's race. There won't be many women who are that comfortable at this pace at the moment, but 12 laps to go, still plenty of time left to pass, but it isn't fast. We are going to struggle to get close to 32. It's got more of a 32.30 or maybe 32.15 look about it.
I guess the first interesting thing to notice will be who is the first to drop off the back. Eunice Chumba, 6th in this race 4 years ago, but she's a better athlete than that now, is 2nd from the right-hand side. Good run so far by the Chinese athlete, Zhang. 22nd in the world half. She's in 2nd place. The 2 Indians running well. Ashete is being tracked by the defending champion, Alia Mohammed, twice an Asian indoor bronze medalist, over 3,000 metres. She also ran 31.36 in Ottawa back in May. I was there for that race. That's a very good 10K. And still, we've got a few little shoves going in the backs of various athletes here. Eunice Chumba coming up behind Daria Maslova. They're coming round now with 11 laps to go. It was a little shove from Daria Maslova to the defending champion, Alia Mohammed. Mohammed is easy to spot. She's wearing the pink vest, got the long legs. She's now 2nd from the right-hand side. And look at this. All of a sudden, there's a little bit of a bunch. And Eunice Chumba has gone from 2nd last in this group to the front. And immediately, a number of things are occurring. The Japanese leader, Hori, has dropped back off the pace straight away. Chumba's gone to the lead. Good move there from Daria Maslova. Remember, she's bidding to become the first medalist in this event from Kyrgyzstan. Ashete has covered the move. The defending champion is going well, and we're losing the first of the 2 Indians as well, Jadhav, who's just allowing a few metres to grow. So all of a sudden, we had 9, and I think that looks as though it's fast becoming 5, because the other Indian, Loganthan, is also allowing a few metres to grow. So this has been good work from Eunice Chumba. She was quite happy to sit at the back of that group, obviously feeling confident and comfortable to cover the gap. She has a little look over her shoulder. Loganthan is trying very, very hard to maintain her place on the back of that group, but she is just beginning to lose a little bit of ground, and I'll keep a close eye on Ashete, who's at the back of the group now in 5th. This is turning into the race we hoped it would be. All the main protagonists are there, and the key thing, Martin, even though it's hot, with a 16.22 pace at halfway, all the big players here should be feeling fairly good.
Yeah, they should be. Mohammed just moving in behind the leaders there. Maslova of Kyrgyzstan wearing 580. So 6 women, 3 medals between them. We'll keep our eyes on the splits, but it does look like they're beginning to pick up the tempo. Now, for some of these athletes, I think particularly looking towards the back there, I've got no doubt 1 or 2 of these will beginning to hurt. Loganathan of India. You can just see little gaps starting to open.
Yeah, as soon as Chumba went to the front, it was a definitive move. And not everybody could respond. But she hasn't got rid of the defending champion, Alia Mohammed. She hasn't got rid of her compatriot, Shitaye Ashete of Bahrain. Huge gap back now to the 3 who were attached to that 6. Great effort. Surya Loganthan just out of picture to your right-hand side there. You can just see her. She's desperately, desperately trying to hang on, but I'm not sure she's going to be able to bridge that gap unless they suddenly decelerate for a couple of laps. There's the 5. 2 Bahrainians, 1 athlete from the United Arab Emirates, 1 athlete looking for history from Kyrgyzstan, and 1 from China. Bahrain have never won this title. They've taken a silver and they've taken a bronze, but never the gold. Wow. The class is beginning to tell in this race. Still got 2 miles to go in old-fashioned money. There's a lot of racing left in this 10,000 metres. Great to see so many people on this side of the stadium. They're giving everybody support. They've been banging those inflatables together. When we were commentating this morning, it was a bit unnerving. I thought they were hammering a piece of the stadium together, but it was the inflatable clappers, and they were being used to great effect by the youngsters in the stadium this morning. Good atmosphere here. Little flutter of a breeze as well, which is cooling. 22 high, 22.43 at 7k. Yeah, so they're now around about 32.5 pace, which is what you'd expect. They were just a shade inside 33-minute pace. So it hasn't been an explosive injection of pace, but it's been enough to get rid of 4 of the 9. But look at this. Loganathan has now become detached. She's in no man's land. That's a really tough position for the Indian on the left, and now at the very back of your picture, 3:05. 7 laps to go now. Is this going to turn into a real burn-up for the gold, silver and bronze? If you're just joining us, remember, Maslova of Kyrgyzstan is the reigning Asian champion, not the Asian Games champion, the Asian Championship winner over 5 and 10,000 metres. She's tracked every move, actually. She looks good. 17th in the World Championship. The lady from Kyrgyzstan in 2nd place last year in London. And now Ashete has decided for the first time she takes the front. And look how quickly Maslova has responded. It appeared as though she was going to get boxed in there behind Yunus Chumba. But the athlete from Kyrgyzstan is running a sensible race here. Talking about the athlete wearing 580. Ashete just had a little look up there in the what we affectionately call the rear view mirror. Having a look up in the big screen at the end of the stadium just to see who's there. It's better to do that than waste energy turning round, which sends a message to your opponents that perhaps you're struggling. But Ashete, with 6 laps to go, leads from Mohammed, the defending champion. Maslova on the outside. Yunus Chumba tucked in on the curb in 4th. And Zhang, the 22-year-old from China, still very much in the mix, in 5th. I wonder whether this will be a gradual wind-up or whether 1 or 2 of these women will be quite happy to be in this position at the bell and turn it into a 400-metre rep for the Asian Games title.
Yeah, well, this is racing at its absolute purest. Ignore the clock. The conditions here mean that they're not conducive to fast times. But what we can enjoy is the quality of the racing, really, which is what track and field is all about. We've got 5 women there. The only problem they appear to have at the moment is treading on one another's heels. At some point, somebody's going to have to take the initiative and kick on, and then this group will split. But it's a terrific championship race. We're moving now into about the last mile of it. And you can see at the front there, just looking over her shoulder, Habta Gebrel, just waiting, almost anticipating somebody to come past her. Mohammed, don't rule out here the defending champion, who for the first time has hit the front. 2,000 metres remaining. You can make a case for any one of these 5.
Very interesting that Chumba decided to once again go to the front, and Ashete, who is now married, Habta Gebrel, most people still refer to her as Shitai Ashete. She now, having led, has allowed a couple of metres to grow. We need to keep a close eye on this. She was a late addition to the field. There she is on the extreme right of picture. Now she's just a little bit obscured behind the bobbing head of the Chinese athlete. I think she's in trouble here. Look how big that gap is, considering at this stage on the preceding lap, she was leading. So, Shitai Ashete came in here as one of the favourites. She's grimacing, and I think we can say with some certainty here that her quest for Asian Games glory is coming to an end here with 4 and a bit laps to go.
No, she's gone, hasn't she, Rob? She's dropped right out of the back door. She's 25 metres back now. It's now Mohammed, the defending champion, who's starting to struggle. And the damage is being done by Eunice Chumba. At the moment, Maslova is the athlete who's maybe benefiting most because she's not doing so much of the work. She's simply following there, the Bahraini. But it is Chumba who has the curb. Maslova moving on to her shoulder. It's been a quiet race as well by the Chinese there in 3rd place. And now it's Mohammed who's going. It's down to 3.
One by one, they have been whittled down. And the most surprising of those to drop off is Eshete, now cutting an isolated figure halfway down the back straight. And the defending champion, as you quite rightly said, Martin, Mohammed, has also become detached. And what a story it would be for the 3 women currently occupying the medal positions. Eunice Chumba was 6th in this race last year. She leads. Maslova, the Asian Championship winner over 10,000 metres, is aiming to become the first Kyrgyzstan medalist in this event in history. And what about the youngster Zhang Deshun, the 22-year-old, a great cross-country runner, a good half-marathon runner. She's putting herself in a fantastic position here with 3 laps to go. The defending champion has not completely gone, but I can't see her bridging that gap, which is growing to what, some 10-15 metres or so. I think the 3 medals will be heading to Bahrain, Kyrgyzstan and China, but in which order?
Yes, well, the tempo is certainly being increased. It's getting closer and closer to a 32-minute race. But look at Maslova. She will sense here that she's on the doorstep of a bit of history for Kyrgyzstan athletics. You've mentioned yourself how rare triumphs are on the athletics track for athletes from that nation. She knows how much this will mean not only to her country, also, frankly, to herself. She's allowed Chumba to do most of the work, and Chumba, well, the stride looking a little bit chopped there, just a sense maybe of urgency and a grimace there across her face. I wonder what sort of kick Maslova has. Also just behind her, look at Zhang. Zhang has done absolutely nothing to dictate the pace in here. She might just be waiting to hit the accelerator pedal and go through the gears. 800 metres remaining. These 3 look like the medalists. It's going to be a fantastic, a fascinating conclusion.
Inside the last 2 laps in this women's 10,000 metres, this has been a race of attrition. 9 suddenly became 6, and one by one, big names, including the defending champion, have been blown out the back by the 3 women who look assured of the medals. Great running by Zhang of China, just 22 years of age. Maslova of Kyrgyzstan just looked over her shoulder to check that the Chinese athlete was there. And Eunice Chumba, one of the fastest women in the world over the half-marathon distance, is showing her pedigree here on the track. But you just wonder, she's done a lot of work in the last 3 or 4 laps. I just wonder whether her bid for glory has come via a gradual wind-up rather than a sprint. At every stage that we've had a change of leader, Maslova of Kyrgyzstan, wearing bib 580, has covered the move and sat on the shoulder. She's raced cleverly. Can she find something on the last lap here to turn this piece of history into gold?
Well, she's shown a little bit of naivety, I think, has Maslova, by running wide, but there she is. She felt the Chinese coming onto her shoulder, and that was her signal to kick. And you have to say Maslova looks full of strength, but she's still there to be shot at. If she gets home from here, 300 to go, she'll deserve it. It's a brave bid.
Maslova striding out down the back straight, trying to pull away from a tiring Eunice Chumba. Chumba's stride is getting shorter and shorter. She's looked over her shoulder. Daria Maslova had an opportunity to change allegiance and represent Russia. She said that her home and her heart belong to Kyrgyzstan, and how the people will embrace her when she returns home. This has been a piece of tactical brilliance from Daria Maslova. the Asian Championship winner over 10,000 metres, is storming her way to a maiden Asian Games title over 10,000 metres. Make no mistake, this is history for Kyrgyzstan, and she will rightly celebrate. She's taken apart a world-class field. Maslova wins for Kyrgyzstan. Look at what it means to her. Chumba takes the silver, and a fine, fine bronze for Chang. Yes, Daria Maslova, the Asian champion, becomes the Asian Games winner. And what a way to do it. From 400 out, she was not to be denied.
And I must say that reaction was the reaction of a woman who maybe, when she started this race, didn't believe she could win it. But she will have grown with confidence with each passing lap. She'll have felt good. She'll have felt that this race was landing in the lap of her hand. And she was on the shoulder there of the leader, Eunice Chumba, for a couple of laps. She showed a little bit of racing naivety there because she was running further than her rival. But really what she was doing, I think, was trying to persuade herself, don't go, don't go, don't go too soon. Wait from the reaction, or wait for the reaction from one of my rivals. And when it came from Zhang, the Chinese, that was her signal to press the button. And after that, the race was over. She won that with a huge amount in hand. It's the day of her life. This is what the hours and the hours, the running on the roads in the bitter winters, on your own, this is what it's all about. Moments like this, crowning glory for her career. Such a special day for Kyrgyzstan.
A great victory and a wonderful celebration. The first athletics medal in the Asian Games for Kyrgyzstan since 2006, when Tatiana Efimenko won a silver in the women's high jump. They've waited a long time, and now they have a worthy champion. She ran that brilliantly. This was how it looked at the bell.
This was a decisive moment. The Chinese moves onto her shoulder. Look, the immediate reaction. I'm not going to get myself caught here behind the Bahraini. I'm going to respond. I'm going to make sure I get to the curb. And the speed with which the Chinese, having made that bid, almost went into, not literally, but figuratively reverse, goes to show that that was quite a desperate move on the part of the Chinese. But it's the move that really fired the spark plug of that lady, because she went on and she kicked on and she kicked and she kicked. And well, a certain Sebastian Coe is looking on from the main stand here. He'll have been impressed with that, the sort of sustained run he used to do from 350, 400 metres out. And there is the delight.
I love that reaction, Martin, because, yes, this isn't an Olympic Games and it isn't a World Championship, but try telling Maslova that an Asian Games gold medal isn't a major crown. That is what it means to her to make history for her nation.
Well, Rob, I saw the reaction of Sun Yang last night, who's one of the great swimmers of the last decade, a man who's won 3 Olympic titles, a man who still holds world records. He won a title last night in the pool. His mother was there, his father was there, spontaneously. Tears streaming down their cheeks, all 3 of them.
Daria Maslova is the champion. What a run and what a win. Eunice Chumba the silver, Zhang Deshun a fine personal best for the bronze, and she beat a world-class field, including Alia Mohammed, who was the defending champion. Shete Shete finished down in 5th. What a race. Really enjoyed that.
Well, meanwhile, the men's multi-eventers have had a bit of time off after what was fairly sustained effort this morning with the first 3 disciplines, the 100 metres, the long jump and the shot put. And going into the 4th discipline, that's the high jump, it is the Thai, Surisak Singkon, out in front, 2,550 points. He leads the Chinese, Gong Kuel, by 89 points. Ashiro, defending champion, after a dreadful start in the 100 and the long jump. Well, he went out at 14.49 in the shot in the third discipline to lift himself up into third place and within 181 points of the lead. We do still have 9 athletes out there. We started with 10, but we've lost 1 this morning. So here is the event leader at the moment in this high jump. Remember, it's performances against the Hungarian scoring tables, and that has delighted him. Sailing over. So there it is. Going clear at 2 meters, that was impressive. So this is how things look now after 4 of the events. Senkon 3,353, stretching his advantage over Gong Kei-wei, 169 points behind there in second place. Ashiro still there lurking, the defending champion. And this is what things look like a bit further down. Aris Toledo there of Philippines in 7th. 9 men remain.
Just confirming the long jump qualifying for you. Hashioka was the only man over 8 meters. Wang Jinan maybe coming into a little bit of form with 7.89. And the man from Chinese Taipei, Ling Hongmin, making it through with 7.54.
So this is the first round of the women's 400 meters. 1 lap of the track. It is the first 2 in each of these heats, and the next 2 fastest who will advance straight to the final. So it is effectively the first of 3 semi-final heats. The fastest time in the world this year, 48.97. What a stunning run that was down in Monaco by Shawnee Miller-Ubo of Bahamas last month. 3.48. Kurnia Yanti of Indonesia. Here is perhaps not just the favourite for this heat, but the favourite for the entire event. Salwa Nazair of Bahrain going in lane 5. We have just gone past Shaf Himna of Maldives. This is Hima Das of India. And on what is effectively the inside, Elina Makina of Kazakhstan. Lanes to watch here, lanes 2 and 5. It will be interesting to see just what sort of commitment there in lane 5 Salwa Nazair applies to this. Elina Makina of Kazakhstan. And there the extravagant hairdo out in lane 5 is Salwa Nazair. And she is just cruising across the surface. She's an outstanding athlete, just 20 years of age. Started out her running life in Nigeria, now representing Bahrain. Well up onto her toes, moving strongly there is Das of India. It'll be interesting to see how she manages to hold on to this. This is the key 100 of the race, round the bend. This is where Jeremy Warner took the 400 event into another era, really, by really attacking this second bend, and that's exactly what Nazair does as she sensed the Indian just moving onto her inside. But this is Nazair in about 3rd gear and no more. It's very, very fast. Look at this. 50.86, a game's record in the heat. That is the sort of athlete Nazaire is. I reckon that's the sort of track we're competing on this week. A quite brilliant performance. She picked up a silver medal in the World Championships last year by running 50.06. She could well go, Rob, sub 50 here in the final.
I was really looking forward to watching her in that race, and she did not disappoint. Neither did Hema Das, the world junior champion, 5th in the world youth last year over 200 metres. Brutal to have both of them in the same qualification. They were a class apart. A game's record with so much left in the tank. That's why she won the Paris and Lausanne Diamond Leagues, and that's why she forced Shawnee Miller-Weibo to go inside 49 seconds to beat her earlier this season. She's absolutely brilliant. What a find she is, the Bahrainian. Came under a little bit of pressure from the Indian, who also ran very, very well in second place. They were miles clear. The win was important because it means that she'll get a great lane in the final. Even though we haven't seen the second and third heats, you cannot see a scenario where both these women don't end up on the podium.
And you can't teach anybody to run like that. She doesn't have the natural long stride of a Shawnee Miller-Weibo, but what she does have is real power, poise, and just a superb natural running gait. And the way she just kicked there, coming out of that second bend, demonstrated to us that she is full of running and poised to go sub 50 here. 50.86, game's record in a first round heat.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the official result for women's 400 meters round 1.
Well, we've had our first track final, the women's 10,000 metres. The men's shot put final will be getting underway. Promises to be a great competition. Some good men in this one, including the leading Asian shot putter this year, Tajinder Paul Singh. And here he is, 8th in the Commonwealth Games, but he was the Asian Championship silver medalist last year. A huge, towering presence. Big man for Indian athletics. Launched that first round out to around about the 20-metre line. He was disappointed to finish so far down at the Commonwealths. And that's a good start from the Indian in his quest for Asian Games glory here on a muggy atmospheric night in Jakarta. Nice. Couple of centimetres shy of 20 metres. That's a great first throw to put down.
Well, the women just awaiting this second heat. I know that our people down there on track level will be looking to speed up the programme. We did lose a little bit of ground with that hiatus before the start of the women's 10,000 metres.
We did. And wasn't that first 400 worth waiting for? This is Huang Gifen. Competed in the heats in Beijing at the World Champs in the 4x4. This is Thi Hang Nguyen, small diminutive figure from Vietnam, national indoor record holder, 54 plus change. Possibly the class here. Iman Essa used to compete for Nigeria up until 2014. 53.8 her PB a couple of years ago. Dana Al-Shaheri of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Lubov Ushakova, heats in the World Youth over 200 metres a few years ago. She's gone inside 55 seconds. Pronzenko from Tajikistan, national champion this year, also quite a good 400-metre hurdler. Only the first two, remember, guaranteed a passage through to the final, but the fastest loser spots are attainable. Currently 53.75 and 56.09. That's Ushakova of Kazakhstan in 3. And there in lane 5, Iman Essa. What kind of response can they put down to Nazar's games record in the first of the heats?
Sir.
safely away first time. Watch out for Essa in 5. She's already taking up some of the stagger out on Nguyen, who's a good athlete from Vietnam. Ushakova's going well in the early stages of the back straight, dragging Konsenko with her, talking about the athlete with bib 504. Both of those women going well, and remember there's only 2 spots. Nguyen beginning to respond a little bit to Essa. And on the outside, the Chinese athlete Huang desperate to try and stay in the mix. This is good running here from Iman Essa. Nguyen is in second place at the moment, with Huang now beginning to respond. The 2 on the inside have really started to struggle. Essa's feeling the effects. She's beginning to tie up here. The stride is shortening. She just has enough. Essa takes it from Huang, and Nguyen will have to wait to see if she goes through as the fastest loser. Looked good from Essa early on, but she was wading through treacle a little bit in the last 30 or 40 metres. And honestly, after what we saw in the first heat, that was on a different level.
Yeah, I'm not sure she was wading through it. She was drowning in it, wasn't she? Yeah, she was strong through the opening half, but that was the antithesis of the performance that we saw in the first heat. And look at that. That's a woman who's got plenty of leg speed, but I would say it's a good few weeks short of her best. Can't really understand why an athlete who, let's face it, has got through here pretty comfortably would want to reduce herself to, well, quite a wreck at the end of that, in all honesty. Lactic acid city.
Just hanging on. Good, nicely judged race by the Chinese athlete on the outside. So difficult running blind on the outside. Huang did well. Iman Essa qualifies, so too Huang. And Nguyen, I make it, at the moment, would be in a fastest loser spot. And so too, I think, would... Oh no, Ushakova wouldn't, but Nguyen could well go through as a fastest loser. She'll have to wait to see what happens in the last of the heat. Ivanov in the second round of the shot put. Remember, we saw that fantastic effort by the Indian, the best shot putter in the world this year, with 1996 in the first round. Asian Championship bronze medalist last year, Ivan Ivanov of Kazakhstan. His PB is 20 metres on the nose. He liked that. 1940. Now this is Liu Yang, second in the national championships. They are giant men. You feel the ground shake when they approach the throwing circle. One of my favourite shot putters of all time was Adam Nelson, who memorably won the world title in 2005. He used to get himself fired up, the American. Liu Yang. The lead is with the Indian. Oh, that's good. It's not going to challenge the lead of Tajinder Paul Singh with 1996. We've just seen Ivanov throw comfortably over 19 metres. Has he gone into second place? Is he on the podium? He has. 1952. Now here's the big man. 5th round. Yeah, he says yes. A few Indians responding in the crowd. This is a much better performance than we saw from him in the Commonwealth Games. Albeit in the Commonwealth, he's competing against the likes of the legendary Tom Walsh, who's become a dominant force in shot putting. 1996 at the beginning. What's he got here? 20.75. That's a games record for the big man. No wonder the coaches are smiling. You cannot see that being challenged. Cometh the hour, cometh the giant.
Third and final heat in this women's 400 metres. Ratika there of Thailand. in lane 2. Indonesia have an athlete here, Sri Sari, in lane 4. Look out for Tong Zhenhuan of China going here in lane 5. She's run 52.62 this year. Fair to say that the standard was set in this event. In the first race, it was a tremendous run from Salwa Nazair, the World Championship silver medalist. Although she was pushed on the way home by Hima Das, the outstanding young Indian. But let's go through this field. They're wearing 273. 173, I should say, was Tong Zhenhuan. There is Sari of Indonesia. And that is Tabit of Yemen. Pratika in lane 2. Her lifetime best set this season, 56.91. 5 women around the world this year have been inside that 50-second barrier, which really is the benchmark of true world class. We may well see that in the final. The first 2 and 2 fast losers. The starter waiting for Hausch. Well, it hasn't come. They're going to have to go back through it again, aren't they? Yes, the starter just calling for a bit of hush. A lot of noise around this first bend. So the athletes must regather their thoughts, go back through their mental processes. 8.56, that's Tabit of Yemen. So a chance just to go through the athletes in this third and final heat. Pratika of Thailand in lane 1, Tabit of Yemen in lane 3, Sari of Indonesia in 4, Tong of China in 5, Akhtar of Bangladesh in 6, Nirmala of India in lane 7. And surging off there, you can see Tong of China going into the back straight. She's got Nirmala to chase. Nirmala rather overstriding down the back straight there. She's now being caught by Tong. Also going very strongly is the athlete from Indonesia, Sari, but it is Tong who goes here into the second bend. And when the stagger unwinds here, there will be nobody inside her. Nirmala on the outside is fighting very hard indeed with that long loping stride. But remember, it is the first 2, and the experience of the Chinese will tell her she doesn't need to race this out. Indeed, it's Nirmala who comes through to take it. The winning time, 54.09. And compare those second 2 heats with the quality of the first. So different. Well, Nirmala will be very happy. Still relatively early in her track and field career. She's only just turned 23. But there, Tong Zhenhuan. So the confirmed time, 54.09. Salwa Nazair in that first heat, and Hima Das of India really meters and meters apart from the rest.
You can't see them being challenged for gold and silver. Injury and false start notwithstanding, they were absolutely incredible in that first heat. And I tell you what, Shiran Nirmala ran really well there because she was put under pressure by Tong, who went out quite hard. She's a class act. Asian champion last year, a couple of relay gold medals in the Asian Championships as well, semi-finalist in the World Championship in London last year. She's a big, powerful runner, and she came back well in that heat. And as a result of beating the Chinese athlete, she'll have a half-decent lane in the final. But you suspect, Martin, you're a bit of an expert when it comes to the 400. The best of the rest, including Nurmela, no disrespect to her, they could well be battling for the bronze, because Das and Neza in the first heat were phenomenal.
Yeah, it's just a matter of fact, isn't it? They are, what, 10, 15, perhaps even 20 metres better than the rest. So 54.09, 54.29 for Tong of China. And when we see the summary of all 8 names who've gone through to the final, then you'll see the gulf in class, really, between the first 2 and the rest. 2 3/4 seconds. Now, sometimes that can be misleading when you look at heat times. Not this time. Salwa Nazair there of Bahrain, games record 50.86. Hima Das of India in second place. Wonderful run from her, but really Makina and the other 5 out with a washing. That game's record will be under threat when we get to the final.
Well, the big man from India, Tajinder Paul Singh, 8th in the Commonwealth Games. He's come out on top here, and with a games record as well, remember, in that 5th round. I suspect he might be sampling a few watering holes around Jakarta this evening. Tajinder Paul Singh, a games record. Liu Yang, a fine silver medal for him, only just shading Ivanov, who also deserves his moment to shine on the podium later tonight. Good competition there. That was class from the Indian. The 2 athletes from Thailand bringing up the rear, 8th and 9th. Great win for the Indian with a fine distance.
Well, in a couple of moments' time, we'll crank things up. We have 3 semi-finals of the men's 400 metres, and the first round heats this morning were absolute crackers.
Wade van Niekerk is the Olympic champion and the world record holder, still recovering from that anterior cruciate injury and the meniscus injury he sustained playing rugby. Yusuf Ahmed Masri, 43.93. I think that was in Beijing 3 years ago when we had some lightning quick times in the heats and the semis in the 400. The first of 3 semi-finals then in the men's 400 metres. Only the first 2 plus 2 fastest losers. Still can't quite work out why Abdallah Haroun, the brilliant 400-metre runner, the World Championship bronze medalist, is not here. He's dominated Asian 400-metre running this year. Anyway, in his absence, there's a big opportunity. Abbas, the Bahrain in 3, should be amongst the class here. On the outside, Indonesia's Umar Wira, personal best earlier this year in May. Listen to the response. Can he go inside 48 seconds? It's a really tall order for him. Great that he's made it through to the semis. Andrei Sokolov of Kazakhstan, 48.2 in qualifying. He too will need to speed up, you suspect. Excellent qualification from Aryok Iravjev. Thought he looked really good in qualifying. He's the 9th best Asian 400-metre runner this year. Muncherji of Singapore, 47 plus change in qualification. He's going to have to go out hard to hang on to the Indian. Singapore Rajay of Sri Lanka timed his drive to the line really well in qualifying. What about Abbas then? 46.07 in qualification. Runner-up in this event 4 years ago. Grigory Derapaskin from Tajikistan. He's only 20 years of age, qualified from lane 7 in his heat. And on the inside from Thailand, Sumthon Thuam, very tired at the end of his heat, qualified as the fastest loser, 49 plus change. Let's see how Abbas goes in 3 here. And watch out for the Sri Lankan outside him, Singapore Rajay in 4. And Aryok of India in 6. Only 2 advancing to the final, plus, of course, 2 fastest losers across the 3 semis. The Bahrainian was on the podium 4 years ago. Needs a good run here to make sure he's back in the final again. First semi-final is underway. Abbas, third from the inside. The Indian has gone out well. Third from the outside. Aravjev. And now the best of the rest, swallowing him up. This is a good run by Abbas, making ground on the Sri Lankan just outside him. Vera of Indonesia is now going to start buckling on the outside. The crowd are doing their best for him. Abbas is dominating this one, but it's good running from Aravjev, and the Sri Lankan trying to come back into the mix. Abbas looks good here. How's he feeling over the last 20 or 30? Not decelerating too much. That was a good run. 45.59, the unofficial time. The Indian takes second. The Sri Lankan will have to wait and see. I think the man who was on the podium 4 years ago is in good shape. And in the absence of Haroon, there are medals up for grabs in this final. That was a fine piece of qualification.
Yes, this is a high-class event. That's the fastest time we've seen so far today. Bear in mind, these men ran a first-round heat this morning, and those first-round heats were rather quick. What a way to start. Look at the way he kicks his heels out. That's almost Zola Budd-esque. Leaning into that final bend. The Indian, you can see there in second place. Appears as if he's speeding up. They never do, though, in the final 100 of the 400 metres. It's all about hanging on. The winner is often the one who decelerates the slowest.
Good run, that, Martin. Wasn't slowing down too much at the end.
No, certainly he's a medal contender. And we've seen enough today to know that on the track, Bahrain are going to feature time and again, particularly in the sprint events, in the power events.
Good win there for Abbas. Aravjev takes the second spot. Singapore with 46.53. We'll have to wait to see if he can go through as one of the fastest losers.
Well, this is the second semi-final, and it features the 3 fastest men this morning. They all competed in the same heat, but their 3 times were the fastest across the entire session. The men here in lanes 3, 4 and 5. So the vagaries of seeding in track and field sometimes leaves you shaking your head. It's often peculiar circumstances that tend to expose them, and certainly it was a little bit odd this morning when we had 3 men in one heat all clocking inside 46 seconds, running much faster, Rob, than frankly they needed to. And when you consider there are 3 rounds in this event, and it's a good event, in a little more than 24 hours. Now, if you want to win the title here, you not only have to be the best 400-metre runner, you have to manage and time your program over those 3 rounds and getting it absolutely right. And I wonder if the men who ran fast this morning, all 3 of whom are in this second heat, may come to regret that when they wake up tomorrow morning.
Well, we know for certain that one of them is going to have an anxious wait, because we can only have 2 here, so one of them has got to go through if they're going to do so as a fastest loser.
And what does that force? That forces yet another eyeballs out run tonight. And that's not the way you want to manage your effort when you do have 3 rounds in a little more than 24 hours. This is genuine championship-style competition. 3 rounds even in the 400. It's not just a test of your ability to run fast around one lap, but your ability to be at your best when you get to the final, to make sure that those first 2 rounds haven't blunted the edges. Well, maybe he's got a future in show business. For now, he's trying to win an Asian title.
I love that.
Julian Walsh of Japan. He's a quality runner. He may well miss out. Mohamed Abbas, second fastest qualifier this morning. Imperiously looked, 45.81. Hewa Kumaraj there of Sri Lanka. He clocked 45.99 this morning, a lifetime best. And here is the fella who's the fastest qualifier. He won that heat, 45.63. Mohamed Yahia. Lane 2 is vacant, so running on his own in just about the worst lane to run. It is the worst lane to run in a one-lap race, the inside. Tight bends, and to make it worse, he's a little more distant than he'd like to be from the rest of the field. He'll have that feeling that one-lap runners have when they have to run the first leg of the 4x4 relay when you're using the 3-bend stagger.
Set.
This is going to be eyeballs out, more so than either of the other 2 semi-finals. Just 2 are guaranteed a slot in the final. 2 more go through as fast losers. And the man who's virtually loping off there, you could see, is Mohamed Abbas. Making up more ground there as he moved into that second bend, and this is so crucial. You can see Baram has got a bit of work to do, but look, you can make a case for half a dozen here. And now kicking on there in lane 3. It's the fastest qualifier from this morning. He's running away from his field. Here is Yahia. This is impressive. Now ease it up, fella. You don't have to run this fast. 45.30. Even faster than this morning. I strongly suspect the first 4 there will wind up in the final. We'll have to check. We'll have to see the times, but the quality of that race was forced by the unnecessary pace of this morning's first round. But that was mighty good. He looked like he accelerated. He won't have done, because even the best one-lap runners slow down up the home straight. But when he kicked in, Rob, he really took himself away from this field, and it happened right about now.
Really good run there from the man who just missed a medal in the Commonwealth Games. I'll tell you what, Abbas really struggled in the closing stages. Hewa Kumaraj hung on for 3rd, but watch left of picture. Julian Walsh coming through for Japan. He's out of shot at the moment. That's a fine piece of qualification from the Indian champion. But Julian Walsh came through for 2nd with a really good run. Watch him far left of picture there. Abbas is tying up. Hewa Kumaraj is coming through on his inside, thinking that he's clear for 2nd place. And the man from Japan comes through to deny both of them. But that's a good run by the Indian. 43.5, 45.3. That's a great qualification. But, as you intimated just before the race, will he be tired come the final? He's had to do it the hard way to earn his berth in the big showdown, but he'll have a great lane. Good run. Bodes well for the Indian male and female 4x4 quartets as well, doesn't it?
Well, if he can run low 45s in the first 2 rounds and come out and win the title tomorrow, then it would be a stunning achievement. At the moment, the first 4 are going through. Places 3 and 4 there are the 2 fast losers moving to this second heat. But Mohamed Yahia, 45.30, quicker than he was this morning, but significantly the men behind him, 2 of whom there who are 45 and bits, they certainly lost their edge tonight.
This is the 3rd semi-final in the men's 400 metres. Ali Khamis of Bahrain, such a talented youngster, great flat 400 runner, excellent hurdler as well. World Junior silver in the hurdles a few years ago, Asian Games champion. Also made the Olympic final in the flat. Hassan outside him was easing down in qualification. And Litvin of Kazakhstan in 6 could go well here as well. That's Abdullah Hassan. Qatar, they've got a great quartet, even allowing for the fact that Abdullah Haroon is not here for reasons we're not sure about. But on Hassan's inside is Ali Khamis in lane 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, 400 meters.
Just meandering back to his blocks, the Bahrainian, powerful-looking athlete. Abbas took the first, 45.59. Yai of India took the second, 45.30. The two fastest losers spots, Hiwa Kumarij, who came through for 3rd place in that preceding semi-final, the Sri Lankan, and Abbas, Mohammed Abbas, as opposed to Abbas Abbas. Don't worry, we'll clear that up come the final. 46.21, 46.33. Little puff of the cheeks. That's Munrot of Thailand. Came through as the fastest loser from Heat 4, as did Atabayev of Tajikistan on his inside. But it should be, really, Khamis of Bahrain in 3 and Hassan in 4. Taking it from the outside, Nadeem from Pakistan, 3rd in his heat, 49.19. He will need to significantly increase his speed, and that's a tough lane from which to do so. He'll have to go out as hard as possible and just hang on. The mind still beggars belief as to how Wade van Niekerk came from the outside to break the world record in the Olympic final. However, Lung Xiang Yang, fastest loser from Heat 3, 47.5. This is Mikhail Litvin. Very fast start in Heat 2 and managed to hang on. He's the 5th fastest Asian this year. Yang Li, second to Litvin in Heat 2, 47.55. Good run. Now, Abdullah Hassan, easing down, looked really good. They've got such a wealth of talent when it comes to 400-meter running. Ali Khamis, 6th in the Olympic final over the flat. World Junior silver medalist over the hurdles. What a challenge for Munrot of Thailand to try and chase down the Bahraini in the lane outside him. And it's Atabayev of Tajikistan on the inside. Can he get close to his lifetime best of 47.60? Remember, the fastest loser times to watch out for, 46.21, 46.33. Khamis in 3 for Bahrain, Hassan of Qatar in 4 should be the men to go through to what promises to be an excellent final. Still a little bit of live athletics left after these men 400 semis finish. So wherever you're watching in the world, if the eyelids are getting heavy, grab a coffee. We've got some great action still to come before the end of the evening. Third semi-final of the men's 4. Well, the men drawn in the lanes outside, Khamis and Hassan, will have to go out hard. And look at the way Hassan has already closed down the man from China. He's loping down that back straight. Such a good-looking athlete. And now Khamis coming through on his inside. Litvin trying to get in the mix here. He's probably in 3rd place, but it's the two danger men looking good at the moment. It's a slightly ragged style, but he's powerful. Abdullah Hassan, isn't he? Hassan and Khamis with Litvin in 3rd. Remember, we've got to watch the clock to see whether Litvin goes through. Very, very comfortable there for Hassan. Khamis takes 2nd. Litvin closed the gap, 45.84. Litvin might just take one of the fastest loser spots. We'll have to mop that one up. That was good, though, from the Qatari. Khamis eased down on the line, but Hassan did a good job there. I think it's going to be a cracking final.
It's going to be very, very close for that 2nd fast loser spot. Mikhail Litvin Well, he's 22, so he's not that young an athlete, but he got that tactically horribly wrong. He was so full of running, and before he'd realised that he was really out of the race, the opportunity had passed. Litvin was coasting through the first 200 metres, started to spring into action round the third bend, but look at Litvin here, wearing the yellow vest. The Kazakhstani has to make up something like 8, 9, 10 metres here. But he opens up his stride. He's not even on the screen at the moment. I don't think he quite got there for second. In fact, I know he didn't. But he may just get there as a fast loser.
He has. He's edged out Mohamed Abbas from the second heat, coming home in 46.12. So it will be Hiwa Kumarij of Sri Lanka and Mikhail Litvin. So Mohamed Abbas is one of the casualties who will not be in the final. But I'll tell you what, Hassan will be.
That exposes the folly of this morning. Mohamed Abbas ran 45.81 this morning, and he's eliminated this evening. That is management of a day's racing that is amateurish. He's a class operator, but to run 45.81 when he could have qualified running 47.81 this morning, and then to blow it when clearly you've lost your edge tonight, I'm afraid. Take a look in the mirror, fella.
Abdullah Hassan takes that one. Karmis in second, and Litvin, as a result of his late charge, does go through as one of the two fastest losers.
Well, I reckon if Litvin gets lane 8 here and goes off like a scared rabbit, he could run into the medals, because that's not really an accurate representation of where he is as an athlete. He's so big he'd struggle if he gets an inside lane draw in that final tomorrow, but certainly the most impressive there, without a doubt, Yahia, but he has had a very tough first day. 45.63 this morning, 45.30 here. Well, I reckon we're looking at winning time tomorrow very close to 45 seconds. Just the possibility we might go into 44s.
The other thing about Yai is he's had an incredibly long season, Martin, because he tried to peak for the Com Games at the start of April in Australia, just missed the podium. That's brutal. A major championship in 8, another one towards the back end of August. That's a long time to stay in shape.
Yeah, certainly takes a lot of managing there. I suppose a lot depends what he's done during the summer. But you are right. I mean, it certainly offers a different challenge when you've got to peak.
Well, actually, you've covered athletics longer than I have. Next year will be a really funny year, because the World Championship doesn't start till something like the 28th of September. The US have moved their national championships further into the season by a month. That's very, very late, the end of September, especially when you bear in mind they're already half thinking about Tokyo, you know, in July of 2020. So that's a really, really tough season.
Yeah, I don't want to age myself here, and I might be making this up, but I seem to recall Mexico Olympics 1968. I think they were in October. Olympics in Munich in 1972 were well into September, I seem to recall. So, yeah, I mean, it is different, isn't it?
Very late, the end of September. I mean,
oh, it is by modern standards. These days, we're talking normally first 2 weeks in August.
That's right, as it was last year in London for a fantastic World Champs.
Yep.
But yeah, the end of September is going to make for some interesting planning for the athletes and coaches who fancy getting in the mix. And we haven't even started touching on the marathons that start at midnight. Let's leave that one for the bar over an orange juice. Plenty of great athletics still to come, not just tonight, but for the rest of the programme. We've got the women's 100-metre hurdles, a couple of heats there, and we've got the giant he-men, the decathletes, rounding off day one. We'll see some bodies collapsed on the track when they go around the 400. The Japanese defending champion has sort of dug himself out of jail a little bit with his efforts after a fairly average 100 and long jump. He's now back in a podium position, but the man from Thailand's going very well indeed. Still a little bit of live athletics to come this evening. We've been at it since, what, 6 in the morning if you missed it first thing, unbelievable finish to the marathon, a sprint that would have been wouldn't have been out of place in an 800 metres. Both lunging for the line, a few elbows flying, a little bit of controversy. Martin and I enjoyed that one. It made getting up at 4:30 worth it.
You sound like you're trying to negotiate a pay rise at the moment here, Rob.
I've got no chance of that. No, it was, do you know what? It was a great example this morning, wasn't it, of championship racing can be every bit as absorbing, perhaps even more so, than watching three guys follow some pacemakers and try and knock out a 2:04 or high 2:03s. Yes, it was 2:18, but you didn't know until the penultimate stride of the race. It was a fantastic race to watch, irrespective of 2:18.
You echo my sentiments absolutely. I mean, that really is right. I mean, one of the problems, track and field, it has been a victim of its own success in terms of its chasing of world records and those great eras of the 80s and the 90s, when we used to see the Coes, the Crams, the Ovets and others breaking world records every week, and they were making headlines around the world. But what we've realised now is that we've got to get back to good old-fashioned racing. And the point is, we had that this morning. The times didn't matter. And who would have thought, coming into this morning, 5:30 this morning, when you and I were down there getting ready to commentate on a race with, what, just 21 men?
Yeah.
With a whole range of lifetime best performances. You could look at it and think, hang on, this could be a race which is not, frankly, that competitive. And what do we end up with? 5, 6, 7 men moving into the last few kilometres, 2 then breaking away, and 2 men sharpening their elbows with 50 metres to go and trying to win the race. I mean, it was brilliant stuff.
One of the most dramatic finishes to any marathon you could possibly see.
So just 3 heats in this women's 100-metre hurdles. The Kazakhstani there, the Asian record holder, the Games record holder. She was at the top of her sport back in her days there in the middle to late 90s, Olga Shushagina. We do only have 15 women over these 3 heats here, so we are losing less than half of them. Argarem Schnizbekova there in lane 3. Certainly is rather interesting here. We could conceivably just create essentially 2 semi-finals here with first 3 and 2 fast losers. I must say, I don't quite understand why we have split them into 3 groups of 5, but I guess that's of academic interest.
Maybe the organisers feel it adds to the drama and the value for the public that they get to see 3 excellent sprint hurdles as opposed to 2. But I would probably be inclined to agree with you that the added spice of 15 trying to qualify from 2 would make those 2 races that bit more dramatic than drawing it out over 3. However,
so let's go through the lineup in this first heat. Nova of Indonesia is in lane 2. Schnizbekova of Kazakhstan is in 3. Louis of Hong Kong, China is in 4. Najim of Iraq is in 5. And Aoki of Japan is in lane 6. So it is the first 2, plus 2 fast losers who will progress to the final. This is an event which over the years has provided some exciting finishes. Beijing Olympics, 10 years ago, Lolo Jones had the gold at her mercy, fell over, well, didn't fall over, but she might as well have done. She was the last barrier.
She was so gracious about that afterwards, Martin. I couldn't believe how well she took that. I covered a meet just after that in Stuttgart, I think. I can't remember what the event was, but she spoke with real eloquence and generosity. It was Dawn Harper-Nelson who beat her to the title.
That's right. Dawn Harper, as she was then.
And she only qualified for the US team by something like 1,000th of
That's
a
right.
second.
That's absolutely right. Yeah, I think the event in Stuttgart would have been the old World Final.
That's right. That's right.
Great athletics venue, Stuttgart. Rather a shame that they
Great
took the track of the
great
took the
stadium.
track away, didn't they?
Great stadium.
Now just a football stadium.
We're showing our age here.
Sadly, I've got a bit more of that than you. Right, 5 athletes. Yes, there have been 1 or 2 timetable issues this evening. Did see this over at the Aquatic Centre, but after the first night, everything ran superbly.
Just going back to the hurdles, Martin, what I can't believe in the modern era, the American collegiate system is absolutely incredible. There seems to be a never-ending supply of American women who can bang out 12-4, 12-5, 12-6. You know, Castlin, Stowers, Nelvis, not to mention Kenny Harrison, who set that world record after not qualifying for the Americans and being the outstanding star in 2016. The strength in depth in American sprint female hurdling is absolutely incredible, isn't it?
Oh, it is, and it goes back a few years. I mean, you go into those national championships, and particularly when it is a trial scenario and we're either in a World Championship year or perhaps most significantly in an Olympic year, they're lining up world-class sprint hurdlers. And there have been, well, Kenny Harrison has suffered, hasn't she?
Well, that year in 2016, she set the world, what was it, 12.20?
She did that in the immediate aftermath,
That's
didn't
right.
she?
Just
of being run out.
Just a couple of weeks before Rio.
Yep.
And what year was it Gail Devers crashed to the floor? Was that Barcelona in 92?
I think it was 1992, wasn't it? Yep. So this is not perfect for the hurdlers. What we're going to do now is we are going to take a bit of a break, and we're going to come in with one of the medal ceremonies. 2 field finals tonight. And we are going to celebrate the winners of one of those before these hurdlers go. But this is not perfect for the high hurdlers. They want to get away. Those fast twitch fibers are starting to twitch.
That's a really, really long wait for these sprint hurdlers. They could have run the race by now and still had plenty of time to do the ceremony. This is, you have to feel sorry for athletes in this context. This is tough. They look composed, but inside their chests will be fluttering. They want to get on with this race. Enormous amount of concentration required for the sprint hurdles.
Just looking down there at the moment, I see no evidence of those involved with the medal ceremony either, so
waiting for VIPs, but whilst they're making their way down trackside, they could have done this race. But the formal procession is beginning. We can see it from our commentary position. We will get to this sprint hurdles, we promise. A couple of medal presentations coming up this evening. I think we might be doing the men's shot tonight as well. Be interesting to see the Indian's celebration when he gets on top of the podium after that game's record. They've been so friendly, haven't they, the Indonesians?
yes, they're delighted to be playing host to this big event. Mind you, they've got all the facilities. If you just look around this whole complex here, from the Aquatic Centre to the main stadium, those two the sort of feature facilities. But there are so many other facilities around, and we're just outside the centre of town. Now, you can't really imagine that happening anywhere else. And this stadium, I mean, this is worthy of hosting an Olympic Games, isn't it?
I'd love to see a World Championships here, actually. It's more than good enough. It's a really, really lovely stadium. It's always nice to walk into a stadium and get that little tingle of anticipation. It's not as bad as when you're running in a stadium, because then you're worried about the pain. But it's a fantastic stadium, it really is. And partly because you know there's history attached to it, you know, from '62, and that's the reason it was built, and it was the 4th edition of the Asian Games, which, you know, was in its infancy back then, compared to the huge spectacle and sporting bonanza that it is now, with 40 sports and 67 disciplines and something like 465 gold medals available.
So the medal ceremony for the women's hammer. And early success for China. And this is how they hope to follow. They do so well in the throws events, particularly the women's throws. They came here with 2 throwers and they go home with gold and silver. It always looked like being a duel between the 2 women there on the left-hand side. Good bronze though for Japan.
The medals will be presented by Mr. Dahlan Juman Al-Hamad, President ASEAN Athletics Association, and Mr. Maurice Nicolas, General Secretary of Asian Athletics Association. Bronze medal representing Japan, Katsuyama Hitomi. Silver medal representing China, Wang Zheng.
Well, a Chinese 1-2 here. Wang Zheng, her 3rd silver medal, her 3rd consecutive silver medal at these games in the hammer. It was an outstanding demonstration of consistent throwing. 69-39, 71-06, 70-95, 71-42, the winning throw in the 4th round, and then 70-20 in the 5th round. And by the time she took the hammer for a final throw, she knew the title was hers. Gold and silver to China in the first field event in athletics at these Asian Games. Well, I wonder how many times over the course of these 6 days in the main athletic stadium we shall hear the Chinese national anthem. So Luo, Wang and Katsuyama. Gold, silver and bronze in the women's hammer.
Well, it's not often you see a cat being chased down the home straight when a hurdles is about to start. We've had a little bit of everything here.
Well, I tell you what, Rob, we got a couple of lanes free, haven't we, in this first heat? All the cat needs is a bib and a hip number.
Well, a nimble addition to this field. We haven't got any statistics on this competitor, but we can be assured that there's no Tissot timing chip, so he or she will be disqualified. We've seen it all today. We really have. What a session. What a session. Dear, oh dear.
So, after a reasonable wait, those are the 5 athletes lining up for this first heat in the women's 100-meter hurdles. Emilia Nova there of Indonesia. Here in lane 2. Capable of running 13:35. Agarem Schnezbekova. They're wearing 5:03. Louis Lai of Hong Kong, China is in lane 4. Najim of Iraq is in 5. And Masumi Aoki of Japan there in lane 6. Interesting to see how Schnezbekova goes here. The Kazakhstanis have produced some very, very strong hurdlers over the years. The most obvious of Olga Shishigina, world #1 back in her day. She holds the games record and the continental record. So the first 2 guaranteed a spot in this final. So 17 minutes on from the moment they stripped off and first took their positions behind the blocks. It's a test of mental strength. Schnezbekova always come unstuck. Clearly the weight played havoc with her, and over on the far side, it's Nova going very strongly. Nova gets there. Good run from her. Aoki of Japan coming through as well. 13:43. Well, not all of them could cope with the weight. Schnezbekova of Kazakhstan came unstuck very early on in that race. It'll be interesting to see quite what went wrong for her. Strong finish from Aoki in lane 6. Well, she cuts a rather disconsolate figure, doesn't she, the Kazakhstani? Let's see where she goes wrong here, Rob. She was slowly away. Oh, it's straight after that first barrier. I do wonder if there was a little twinge somewhere there.
Maybe, and that long delay couldn't have helped. She does have very heavy strapping on her leg. Fine dip for the line there from Nova. The Japanese athlete came through well for second spot to deny Liu Lai Yu, but that is a real shame for the Kazakhstani. Second from the right-hand side. Excellent start by the Japanese hurdler, by the way. Absolutely superb Aoki just on the left. She was first to rise, I think.
Yes, the expression on the face, you could see. It's the hamstring. It's the left hamstring, I think.
17 minutes is a very, very long time to be left hanging around on the track in a major championship. For any event, let alone something as explosive and technically demanding as the sprint hurdles.
And also consider, Rob, even before they got there, the programme was running behind time. So these women, look at the expression now, as soon as she goes up with the lead leg. There it is. Discomfort. It's a little twinge and no more, but believe me, it's the warning sign. Strong run on the inside there from Nova of Indonesia. Louis of Hong Kong coming through in third. And there is confirmation of that result. 13.43 for Emilia Nova. Season's best performance there for the Indonesian. Masumi Aoki of Japan coming through in second. 13.48. They're guaranteed now a slot in the final. Louis will have to see if she can go through as one of the fast losers.
This is the second of the heats, or semi-finals if you like, only the first two guaranteed to advance. Jung Hai Lim on the inside for Korea Republic in 3. Watch out for Wang as well, Asian junior champion a few years ago and got a bronze in the Asian Championships last year. And on the outside, Hussein of Chinese Taipei. She's got a season's best 13.58. Could be tight, this one. Fastest loser spots are held by Louis Lai Yu at the moment with 13.52. Najim is also in a fastest loser spot with 14.9. That will surely be overhauled. 3 semi-finals, remember. There's Wang Du. Made the World Junior final back in 2012. She has run 13.31 this year. That was at altitude, but shows she's got some good speed in her legs, the 25-year-old. Jung Hai Lim, 4 times a national champion, Asian champion last year. She's on the inside 5.43. That was Maritab of Pakistan, second from the outside. Very, very good athlete, the Korean. And she'll come under immediate pressure with Wang outsider. Hussein of Chinese Taipei will have to do it on her own out in 7. No disrespect to Maritab from Pakistan. She's got a PB of 15.1, so she might be blasted out of this one. But Jung on the inside in 3, then Wang. Fine technique, you can tell there. She'll be expecting to join the likes of Nova and Aoki in the big final. Wang in the lane next to her. This is the penultimate event on the track this evening. We've got the third semi-final to come. Couple of medal presentations, I believe. Oh, and I beg your pardon. I'm forgetting about the big boys, the decathletes. I'm sure they'd rather disappear now and do the 400 tomorrow, but that's not how the rules work with decathlon. First up for them tomorrow morning is the 110 high hurdles. An anxious wait, but it's not as long as the 17 minutes the women had to wait in the first of the semi-finals. Jung Hai Lim of Korea Republic. 4th in this final 4 years ago. She's the Asian Championship winner and 4 times a national champion. She'll have to be on her guard because Wang Do, the Asian junior champion from a few years ago and bronze medalist behind her in the Asian Champs, is outsider in 4. Then comes Xing Cho Yan. PB of 13.84. She's only 17. Maria Maritab of Pakistan, national record holder in the triple jump. And on the outside in 7, it's Hussein from Chinese Taipei. She's a good hurdler, but perhaps she'll be fighting for a fastest loser spot. Jung in 3, there she is. With Wang outsider in 4, should be the ones to advance. The stadium announcer is asking for a little bit of silence. And the cat is making yet another appearance, just meandering back up towards the athletes. You're not allowed to take the barriers that way round, so there will be another disqualification. Dear, oh dear. Ambling up, someone get it some cat food. Right, Jung of Korea in 3, Wang of China in 4, Xing of Hong Kong in 5, Maritab Pakistan in 6, Hussein, Chinese Taipei in 7. A faulty start, which is the fault of the cat, which is now ambling past the steeplechase at the top of the bend. Good job this isn't the 400 hurdles. That could be an interesting barrier around the second bend. Anyway, Jung of Korea, the Asian champion, 4th in this final 4 years ago, on the right of your picture now, and Wang in the centre of your picture, 175. They should be the ones to go through from this semi-final. The two women on the far right. They're away first time. That's an excellent start by Jung. She's really showing her technical brilliance there. The Chinese Wang is in second place, but she wobbled a bit over that barrier. Good running there from Jung. Wang takes second. 13.17. Yes, okay, it's not in the same class that we're used to expecting from the American sprint hurdlers of 12.5, 12.6. But that was a fine piece of hurdling nonetheless from Jung Hai Lim. Very impressive from the athlete from Korea Republic. Wang did take second, but she had a little bit of a wobble, a couple of barriers before the finish.
Yes, let's just focus a little bit on the technique here. Very polished. Very balanced arms. Clearly a good sprinter. I think it was Ron Pickering, the former national coach and late commentator, of course, who used to talk of sprint hurdling as being nothing more than modified sprinting. He's absolutely right. These barriers, 2'9" in the old imperial heights. It was the imperial measures that determined the height of hurdles. She's a nice sprinter, good rhythm, very tidy. Running herself pretty hard, though. She's certainly a contender.
Lovely way that lead leg snaps back down over the barrier. Shea Hussain did take third, 13.75. So she is in a fastest loser spot.
But you could see the way there. She got to the first barrier and through the first two barriers, in fact. Like a sprinter, she was up by 2 or 3 meters. Yeah, there's technique, there's rhythm getting through to that first barrier, but it's pure sprinting. It's pickup. It's going through the phases, hitting top speed by the time she gets to that third barrier.
Jung Hai Lim, very impressive qualifier. Wang had to work a little bit hard for second place. Shea Hussain of Chinese Taipei is in a fastest loser spot, I think.
So there are the 5 athletes preparing for this 5th heat. Hitomi Shimura of Japan here in lane 4. She's got a lifetime best of very close to the 13-second barrier, 13.02. That really is the benchmark of almost international decency. If you can get below 13 seconds, do that, you can call yourself a truly high-class international athlete. Anastasia Vinogradova of Kazakhstan in lane 7. So they're wearing 4.53. It's Hitomi Shimura.
Lane 3, Binti Zaini Nur Missouri, Singapore.
So Binti Zaini of Singapore here in lane 3. There is Shimura of Japan, 13.17 she's run this year.
Lane 5, Misri Suchada, Thailand.
Sukada Misri of Thailand is in lane 5. Tien Tran of Vietnam in lane 6.
Lane 7.
And in lane 7, Anastasia Vinogradova.
Anastasia, Kazakhstan. First 2 in each heat, next fastest one to the final.
On your mark.
So at the moment, the 2 fastest losers. Liu Yu at 13.52 and Hsien Hesh of Chinese Taipei, 13.75. But the prize for the first two here, a route straight through to the final. Oh, Vinogradova on the immediate left, last into the set position, and she was one of the slowest away. Shimura has got half a stride lead here, but look at Vinogradova finishing very strongly. And Vinogradova, after a very ponderous first 20 metres, first two barriers, takes it, 13.74. Well, the fastest losers won't change. It's just the first two women there who'll go through. There is almost a slightly embarrassed smile there from Hitomi Shimura. But if we see this again, Vinogradova very, very slowly into the set position. And she certainly missed the break, no doubt about that. But she finished like a train. This might be an interesting second watch. Right, watch how the hips are very slow to rise on the immediate left. Look at that. Away very, very slowly indeed. A full metre behind. Now she's starting to find a rhythm, and at this point, the result is beyond doubt. She's the better sprinter once she gets the long levers going. But with a start like that, in all honesty, she's going to struggle in the final. That start, really, it's a bit of a horror show. All looks very painful. And then look how powerful she is. Rhythm's good. Eventually gets going. And now there's only one winner. Very tidy indeed. Suddenly panic's over. And start relaxing. And wins with plenty in hand. Strange old race, but Vinogradova is through to that final. Needs to practice a few starts before she goes to bed tonight, I think. Look at that. Look how far behind she is. Tran of Vietnam, who is nothing like the same quality of hurdler, not even as good a sprinter. If Vinogradova can go through some sort of transformation tomorrow with her sprint start, she will be in the medals, no doubt about that. But there you go. And here's confirmation of that. Anastasia Vinogradova, 13.74. Hitomi Shimura, 13.87. And the rest, I'm afraid, are eliminated. So, let's round up the 8 qualifiers for that final. The fastest of them, Jung of Korea. Very tidy performance there. Significantly ahead of the rest. You can work on the basis she was almost 2 meters faster than the rest of the field. Emilia Nova of Indonesia, season's best for her there in second. Vinogradova, winner comfortably of that final heat. Well, she's only the 6th fastest qualifier, but if she can get the start sorted out, well, there is the prospect of a medal. But on the evidence of that, Jung looks a class apart.
One event left to come on the track. The 2 heats of the 400 metres for the decathletes. Good to see Keisuke Ushihiro back in the mix. The defending champion up to 3rd. Sinkon leads, though. It's been a fine set of performances so far, including 2 metres. The only man to clear 2 metres in the high jump. Leads by 169 points from Gong. Gong had a 770 in the long jump. Sinkon was 754. Ushihiro back up to 2nd with his compatriot just behind him. Alquiri has drifted back down, having started so well with 10.77 in the 100 metres. No doubt there'll be good cheers for Jumra, the young Indonesian, for whom this has been a testing day, one from which he will learn a great deal. Here's the first heat then. Ushihiro will start on the inside. Remember, he's lying 3rd overall. Toledo is in lane 3. He's down in 7th place. Then Gong, Al Yassin and Jumra on the outside of Indonesia. Well, the defending champion, Ushihiro, ran 50.25 when he took the gold medal 4 years ago. 200, that's Gong Kiwei. very good long jump with 770. 191 in the high jump, 1085 in the 100. There he is, Keisuke Yoshiro. 1139, then he followed it up with 709 in the long jump, lost a little bit of ground. Shot put was better, 1449, and then a 197 in the high jump. So it's just a reminder, it's Sinkon of Thailand leading overall, Gong of China in second, Ushihiro of Japan in third. And it's Ushihiro who goes in lane 2 in this, the first of the 2 heats of 400 metres. Toledo, by the way, in lane 3, got a SEA Games gold medal last year. He's run 50.5 in February. Gong has run 50.17 in April. Ushihiro, there he is. The hairline just beginning to recede. The ravages of time are coming, but perhaps not before he defends his Asian Games title. He's run just a shade inside 50 seconds this season in Gotsis, which is the reason he is the best performing Asian decathlete in the world this year. I think he was 14th in Gotsis, which is a high quality event. The IAAF multi-event circuit makes that big stop in Gotsis every year. It's a must-do event for most of the big men and women. So 14th sounds like a bad performance, but he's the leading Asian and by some margin. Can Gong close down the defending champion? How tired are these Herculean men going to be? We're now beyond 10 o'clock local time, so the schedule has drifted. This heat, by the way, was supposed to take place at 9:25 local time, so a long day has now extended beyond 10 o'clock for these men. They'll be desperate to get this done, get some nutrition and try and get a few hours kip before coming back for the high hurdles first thing.
Yes, on the subject of the receding hairline bit, Rob, I think you'll discover in the fullness of time that we all tend to suffer from that.
I wasn't saying it from a perspective of gloating. I have no doubt it may be coming at some stage. Anyway. Ushihiro starts in 2. Now he has the shades on. He's poised and ready. Toledo outside him in 3. Gong in 4. Jumra will be on the outside. What a day it's been for Falma Defril Jumra. 11.45 in 100. A long jump of 6:13. 170 in the high jump. At least he did register a mark. Lane 5's empty, so in 4 it's Gong Ki-wei. He's in the silver medal position at the moment. 10.85 in the 100. Aries Toledo. 10.84 in the 100 metres. Toledo is the reigning SEA Games champion. Here's the defending champion. Looks relaxed, doesn't he? A wry smile. Back in a podium position. He's in 3rd at the moment. So, watch the story unfolding here between the man from China in 2nd. Gong starts in 4. Ushihiro's in 2. Toledo, half-decent athlete from the Philippines, separates the 2 men in lane 3. The last event on an exhausting day. It's about the points, not the finishing position. Well, this race has drifted to a start time beyond 10 o'clock. It's been an exhausting day. Gong has closed down Jumra outside him, which you would expect. Good running from Toledo, and we're still yet to see the defending champion making a move. Good progress down the back straight, but he's a little bit isolated at the moment. Gong with arms flapping round the crown of that second bend. Ushihiro's head beginning to rock and roll just a fraction. He's some way adrift of the men from China and the Philippines outside them. Gong trying to find something else here. Every 10th of a second can be helpful. Great battling from Toledo. And Toledo's going to finish ahead of Gong with Ushihiro in third, 49.08. Good effort there. Toledo's best this year, I made it, 50.50. That's an excellent run by the man from the Philippines, who with 49.08, I make that, or rounded down, 49.07. I make that 858 points. Gong just a shade behind. Look at the way the man from the Philippines battles here. You think at this stage that Gong has got it. Ushihiro was rocking and rolling with 150 to go. This is a good drive to the line by the man from the Philippines. Gong has been awarded 849 points with 49.25. Not a bad time from Ushihiro, 50.29. Just 400 slower than the time he produced en route to the title in Incheon. He gets 801, and Jumra of Indonesia, 53.74, 650 points for him.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we're looking for official result. The men's decathlon 400 meters, heat 1.
No lack of effort from these men. It's a brutal, brutal event. It really is. Toledo grinding out the win, 49.07. Excellent performance from him. Gong in second. Ushihiro, 50.29. 801 points for the defending champion. It was solid rather than spectacular.
So the final action on the track of this first evening in track and field.
400 meters, decathlon, heat 2.
And they're wearing 799. The event leader. His advantage going into this final event of the opening day. Well over 100 points. 3,353. Is the advantage for Surisak Singkon. He's had a very good day indeed, having started off with 10.85 in the 100, 7.54 in the long jump. So we know he's a fine sprinter. 13.71 in the shot, that was okay. And then a 2-meter high jump, which was tremendous stuff. So there's Mode Almanai. Almanai lying in 5th place overall at the moment. And there is the event leader. He was delighted after that high jump. And lying in 4th place overall, Akiko Nakamura. So from the inside, Nakamura, Singkon, Almanai, Choe, and Alcaray. Singkon, the event leader, going into this, the final discipline, and getting away very fast. There was Almanai of Qatar, but now he's being hunted down by Singkon. And Singkon can maybe extend his advantage here. He's a fine sprinter, breaking 11 seconds this morning in the 100 meters. Long stride, hunting after him inside him is Nakamura. Nakamura, who's more than 200 points behind him in the overall race, just moving up towards his shoulder. But you could see there Singkon just looking inside and kicking on. And he's going to stretch his lead here. Singkon really giving it absolutely everything. 2 long days here in the decathlon, and the first of them has gone superbly. 48.49. That is a tremendous run. And that'll be worth, what, somewhere around about 890 points. Well, there you can see Al-Khari of Saudi Arabia coming to grief. Clearly a muscle problem for him. You can see there he's holding the left hamstring, so his decathlon will have come to an end in the final discipline on the opening day. But so far, so good for the Thai. Surisak Singkon. His lead here, well, it was 169 points going into this final discipline on the opening day. And he now will have stretched that. He's looking very strong with 5 disciplines to go. Through 300 meters, still very relaxed there. And then he really delivers his challenge. Just for a moment, you got a sense that maybe Nakamura might come down the inside. But there, the shoulders rocking and rolling a little bit, the legs beginning to hurt. Don't forget, his day started fully 12 hours ago. But the sprints have worked well for him today. 10.85 in the 100, that was worth 894. And now this in the 400. 48.49 is the confirmed time. So 48.49, and that is confirmed at 886 points there for Surisak Singkon. Gong Kuei, who ran in the previous heat, well, he lost almost a second there on the event leader, so that gap in front is just growing and growing. Good run there from Nakamura. Nakamura will lift himself here in the overall standings there into 3rd place, but Singkon there of Thailand, his overnight advantage, 206 points, 4,239. As things stand, he's going way through 8,000 points. And at the moment, well, he looks like a possible winner. But this is just the halfway point. Remember that. First event up tomorrow morning, and so much has happened in the past in this. The high hurdles, the 110s, then they move on to the discus, then the pole vault, the javelin, and finally that grueling 3 3/4 laps of the track, the 1,500 meters.
Very good form from the man from Thailand. The Asian champion could be closing in on his first Asian Games title. But as you quite rightly said, Martin, there is a long, long way to go. Right, we're just about wrapped up for tonight, but we do have a couple of medal presentations, I believe. The first of which should be the women's 10,000 meters, the slice of history for Kyrgyzstan. Their first title and their first medal of any colour in the women's 10,000, and their first athletics medal since 2006.
AIS Play รวมความบันเทิงคุณภาพเปิดความสนุกทุกที่ทุกเวลา
ส่งต่อความมั่นใจสู้ไปด้วยกันนะครับ